Member Baxley here, who's coming to the meeting tonight on his birthday. Um, are there any additions, corrections, or modifications to tonight's agenda? Hearing none, it's now time for citizen statements. If anyone would like to make a statement before the board, please grab a goldenrod sheet in the back of the room, fill it out, and hand it to our recording secretary, Lori Johnson. First up is our three people: Julie Duvall, Lindsay. I'm sorry, I'm pronouncing the name. Amarabu, thank you, and Katrina Roberts.
Paul, I'm not asking for an accommodation. Well, I'm going to ask for an accommodation just in case it's needed, but we brought three of us, so hopefully that won't be necessary. Okay. I'd like to introduce myself. I'm Julie Duvall. I am a parent in Urbana. I am an educational advocate for ISB, and I am also the executive director of the CU Autism Network. This is Lindsay.
Amaravu.
Thank you. And she is one of the admins to the Facebook Urbana Parent Advocacy Group. This is Katrina Roberts. She is an advocate, also a local advocate who has her own business with Advocacy. And we're going to read a statement between the three of us. Accessibility, can you hear me? Okay. Accessibility is being able to get into the building. Diversity is getting invited to the table. Inclusion is having a voice at the table. Belonging is having your voice heard at the table. The purpose of this letter is to ensure our obligated rights for our students are discussed. There has been good intentions with the district, but the reality is we are not getting things done. Our goal is to partner to develop a roadmap and to plan with the district to implement and monitor with quarterly reporting to ensure accountability and evolution. Tonight, we are hopeful that everyone who listens has the intent to understand and to fix things when they come to their intention. Instead of trying to dance around the situation, cover it up, build barriers, deny accountability, rewrite the narrative, take information out of context, or lie by omission. Culture is what you tolerate. We tolerate a lot in this district. We request that the board members and admins who review IEPs, district policies, protocols, as well as state and federal laws see the errors in the current processes within our district that are reflected in the recent state report card and district equity report. More importantly, we ask you to see the student and their needs. There are multiple double standards within the district that come from the district level and impact students, parents, teachers, and staff. Children with disabilities who are United States citizens are covered under the American with Disability Acts. Educating them, etc., does not change the district's federally mandated responsibility. The agenda this evening. Visitation policies. I was told by an admin that we were putting more detailed procedures in place for all schools, but this process has started because of my complaints about Thomas Paine and staff complaints about my visits to Thomas Paine as well. It was explained to me that these policies are for all visitors and will be enforced. Since then, every time I go into a school, I follow the new policy and fill out all the information in the log to sign in. It's puzzling that there are always multiple visitors who don't provide all the information required by the new policy. Observation policy. New policies regarding classroom observations state only qualified professionals are allowed to observe. The district has stated their stance that the definition of qualified evaluators are listed under ISB rules, which list various staff and related service providers. However, in multiple conversations, I have expressed the concern that the district is misusing the word evaluation instead of observing. There is a difference in definition between these two words, and this is a word game from the district that is hindering students with special needs with IDEA and FAPE. In playing this word game with the district, I provided multiple ISB definitions that qualify me to observe in the classroom as a trained professional. I was recruited, trained in state and federal laws, and passed the exam by an ISB-approved agency to be a state educational surrogate. Yet the district states I do not qualify as a trained professional, as I am only ISB qualified to provide educational advocacy for students who are wards of the state and appointed to me by ISB. However, the training I received is state-approved training that qualifies me to adequately and effectively advocate for students in Illinois. To say ISB provides less than trained individuals to advocate for wards than what training is needed for non-wards students is discrimination. IEP meeting and FAPE. Last Wednesday, Last Wednesday, I was in an IEP meeting to discuss having consents added to an IEP. I had given the SPED director written notification weeks prior to the meeting. The SPED admin who attended the meeting relayed a message that the request was denied by the SPED director after consulting the district attorney due to school policy. When I tried to discuss the reasoning for the request to be approved, I was told I would have to have another meeting once the director was updated with clarification of request. I questioned why the decision-making admin was not included in the IEP meeting. I ended the meeting with an ADA accommodation request regarding the school policy. As of now, I have yet to have a decision regarding my ADA requests. This was regarding a safety issue with a special needs student. IDEA specifically requires that the IEP team include a school representative that have the authority to approve special education services. A student's IEP team is supposed to have those decision makers present at the meeting so that FAPE is not delayed. The examples in this letter are just a couple of the long list of violations to students, parents, and advocates' civil rights within the district.
What we need, IDEA, when the process is followed, works, but when it is not followed is a disaster. The disasters are dealing with our continuous, and it is our students who are suffering while it continues. Teachers, staff, admin, parents, and advocates should all stay focused on the student and not their individual needs. Until we are all focused only on the child and not the wild systems around them in play, then and only then can we all see and understand FAPE. District admin need to be reminded parents and advocates are protected under ADA. The issues we raised were SPED issues. Having an admin state that there are higher priorities in the district than dealing with an advocate was professionally inappropriate, disrespectful, and violating. It would be beneficial if the district of admin would not confuse bullying with being direct. It would be beneficial for the district admin to acknowledge would not confuse bullying with being direct, are aware that not returning phone calls or emails is an exact definition of retaliation under the ADA, would stop defending students, families, and issues, concerns by gaslighting how busy they are, other issues in the district, and how much time it takes to address and find a resolution to a problem, and be mindful of the advocates who are trying to help find resolutions. By law, parents and advocates should not work as hard or long to get services or accommodations needed. The law clearly defines what is expected. Stop the double standards at USD. Advocacy. It is a misperception that as advocates we are out to make the teachers' jobs more difficult. Parents and advocates are not observing to get teachers in trouble. The observations can bring new perspective and sensory surroundings in the classroom or recommend supports needed for the teacher. Our job is to help identify issues, bring them to the table, and participate in sometimes tough conversations to find resolution. As advocates, we know teachers and TAs are valuable assets in the classroom and, more importantly, to the students. Teachers need to be appreciated for all the multiple duties for their multiple students they tend to every school day. Yet, they desperately need more training and guidance on the multiple ever-changing educational laws and programs. Disability training to help teachers be able to understand behaviors and provide proper support. They need physical support in the classroom for students with behavior issues that disrupt learning time. By providing these supports for teachers, it will make their job easier and more able to focus more on teaching and less time on dealing with behaviors and learning challenges. This will benefit the district in retaining teachers who feel equipped to face the daily challenges in school and feel supported by their district. In summary, these issues presented tonight are examples of issues in schools across the nation. To quote Scott Dowds, a respected parent advocate in our community, I hope this current issue, SRL, has shown how valuable collaboration and working together can be. I hope the parents and educators of the district can continue to use it not only to showcase all the great things that our kids and their teachers do on a daily basis, but also to come together and support those same students, teachers, parents when things aren't working as they should. Once again, advocates are asking the school board and district administrators to stop blaming the students, parents, staff, or community members for reacting to decisions you have made regarding our students, families, jobs, or community that ultimately affect our students.
Dr. Ivory Tatum, the change has to start with you. You can make the necessary changes needed for Urbana to survive. The right road isn't the easy road, but with a leader to guide us, we can be the trend-setting community other schools model after. Protect your students at all costs. That means having difficult conversations and making hard decisions. Be an example for others by taking accountability when mistakes are made or changes are needed. Create concrete, consistent boundaries and expectations for staff and families of what is to be expected. Follow through on making sure those boundaries and expectations are followed. Include community agencies, resources, and volunteers inside the school to provide an extra set of hands.
Equal at the table. A district admin told my colleague her approach in the advocacy brings fears, anxieties, and exhaustion to the district. Teachers have the union to protect and support them. The district has attorneys that admin often refer to in meetings. Yet as a parent advocate, we are scolded for informing others of legal processes to uphold their rights. Culture is what we tolerate. As parents and advocates, we are not intimidated to quit advocating. We are motivated to keep going until the barriers are down and all students and families are able to have their voices heard. It would be more productive, less stressful, and time efficient to work together for solutions than parents and advocates spend our time and efforts trying to be heard.
Thank you for your time.
Well, thank you. If you could send a copy to the board, actually, that'd be helpful. Thank you. Tim Couture?
Good? Okay. Earlier in the semester, I got a letter from the school district talking about a new fantastical grading system. Difficult to read and understand as it didn't have any real example of what my son was doing with the school on the grades. There was difficult conversations trying to find out what he had to do in school. I go to Skyward where I can recall days when I can look to see what assignments were done, what assignments were not done, what the grades were on the assignments, how he stood on any one particular day. But with this new grading program, the standards reference learning seems to be almost a misnomer because the standard was grades A through F. And you can tell where you're at any one point in time if you have a grade. The new grading system has a 1 through 4 from what I understand. From the meeting that I went to at the high school Wednesday night, apparently the 4 is a glass ceiling. Nobody can get a 4. Unless, of course, you have the subjectivity that this system allows for. Some teachers might give you a 4, might be a long-term sub, might be somebody who wants a little extra stuff done around the classroom. If you clean up the mess, if you help another student do the work instead of having, say, maybe a teacher's assistant come in to help that student learn something. My son's only a freshman, so he's not being affected by college decisions right now. There was a student there that meeting that was varsity athlete, yet she gets a B in PE. Seems a little weird. I don't know how that would work. It doesn't seem as if the school, I don't know if it's the board, if it's the administration at the specific buildings, or if it's in between the board and the school, the particular principals. Where the level is, somebody seemed to think that something was broken. Kids couldn't figure out what they were doing, how to get to the next level. Well, it wasn't broken, but somebody decided to fix it anyway. And that just doesn't seem as if the whole intent of trying to do better. The mission I'm reading on that the Urbana School District has, trying to ensure that all learners acquire knowledge and develop skills. Well, it doesn't seem as if it's doing that. It seems like there's a big, huge crack that people are just being swept aside into the cracks. Somebody who has a average ability, you know, some kids just aren't, or some people even just aren't as able to learn as others. Doesn't mean they're not intelligent, it's just that it takes a little while longer, or just they have certain limitations that's not teachable to a level of, say, an Einstein or I can't remember the gentleman's name now, but just other great thinkers of the 20th century. Not everybody's going to be that way. Doesn't mean that they're any less of a person. It just means that they need to know where they're at and have a clear path to get better. When you give somebody a 1 through 4, then you add decimals into the whole situation. It just seems as if we're taking the 100 points for a perfect score. You answer every question correctly in the class, you should get an A. But if you can't, because the 4 is not accessible. It's on the list, but it doesn't matter, and nobody's going to get that. That doesn't seem like it's fair. Doesn't seem like it's truthful. I had asked at that meeting what the goal of the meeting was. If it was to listen to what people had to say and decide, should we keep this, should we not keep this, or if it was just to listen to what people had to say just to make them feel good because nothing was going to change. I got an email yesterday, talked about how there was going to be a pause in this SRL implementation. I don't think whoever was listening, or if people were listening to what people have said, if a pause is appropriate. A survey was also made available to me, results of a survey that, looking at that based on all the not good answers, it seems to be very, very clear that this is just a bad idea and headed for failure. Those ladies mentioned disaster. That sounds like that's a pretty common concept here, and that doesn't seem to be working out very well. And I'm done. Thank you.
Good evening. I wanted to come before you tonight, first of all, to say thank you to the district administration for putting together the focus group and taking the time to hear the parents, the educators, and the students who all came to speak, listening to their concerns, and taking action on that. That is honestly what we've asked for all these years. And it's nice to see that we can actually work together and that decisions can get made and that we can move forward in a non-adversarial type of role. Referencing the email that the previous gentleman was speaking about, I saw that SRL is still going to be in place for next year and beyond. I've had some conversations with a couple of the other administrators for the Parents Advocacy group that I run. And one of the suggestions that one of our other admins, Robin DiPietro-Wells, made was if it's going to move forward, SRL, the board should really look into potentially hiring a implementation scientist, even on a consultant type basis, because there are people out there who specifically have backgrounds in how to implement these sorts of policies, procedures, that sort of thing into a district. And I think an outside source that has that sort of knowledge, that sort of background would be invaluable if we're going to plan to move forward with this, because we have seen that obviously implementation, when it's not done correctly, can cause a lot of problems. For myself, my son's graduating in about 2 weeks, so I won't be here. But I really do hope that we can continue this collaboration between the parents, the teachers, the administration, the board. I'd really like to see that move forward. I said as much in my Facebook post to the group today that I really hope that we can just continue to have these open channels of communication and really be able to work together, because when we do, I think we can see great things happening here in Urbana. The students obviously have been struggling, and I mean, we've all been struggling, let's be honest. But I think that collaboration, that shows that if you engage with the parents, if you engage with the students, if you engage with the community, we are more than willing to show up. We are more than willing to talk, to listen, to share, and to make this the best district it can possibly be. So really, that's what I'd like to leave you with, is that hope that that collaboration, that communication continues. I obviously am still going to be in Urbana for a long time, so and I had, being a graduate myself, I have a vested interest in seeing Urbana High School and all of its students do just as well as possible. So that's just my one big hope for the future. So I'll leave you with that. Thank you.
Oh, thanks, Scott. Jimmy McClumber?
Is Eve Foley right after this? Okay, I'm just going to sit up here.
SRL grading will continue to fail, negatively affecting the students of Urbana when it gets reinstated in 2025, even if the teachers get more training and it is adjusted. The main principles, as they have been told to us Urbana High School students, are not usable unless SRL grading is adopted nationwide. I was told by a teacher last year that the reason for SRL grading is that A's are too easy to get, and now students expect to get A's by doing little work. This recognizes that A's are considered the norm, and that even colleges recognize A's as the norm. Many higher level and even mid-level colleges will not accept or not consider students with lower GPAs, thinking that they are unwilling to learn or less good at learning. Also, many scholarships are GPA blocked. The financialaid.gov says that financial aid is GPA blocked below a 2.0 GPA, which in SRL's terms is equivalent to a C, but we don't have C's. We go from a 2, which is a D, to a 3, which is a B. And my teachers, at least I know, don't use decimals, so it doesn't equate. And that leaves out a lot of kids who normally would be getting a C from getting financial aid. 27.1% of Urbana is under the poverty line, according to census.gov. So those 27.1% would need financial aid because they can't afford to go into lifelong debt trying to go to college. So rather than judging more harshly with your grading system, you should make the classes at Urbana harder, rather than valuing quantity of work over quality, like wanting kids to get a 4 by adding more resources, or adding more resources. I moved here in January of 2022. Within the first 2 weeks at UNS, I finished my entire quarter's work for my English class. And then every single day, I would sleep in that class and I didn't miss anything. And then when the next quarter started, I did the same thing. My history teacher, spent more time talking about his wife and kids than he did World War II. Kids think that they can get away with not trying because the classes don't require effort to learn the material. They still don't require effort to learn the material, just require a bigger quantity of work. The Urbana High School Comp 9 class doesn't read any novels. It reads articles, it reads short stories and poetry, and it watches movies. And it doesn't use deep thinking in your writing after the assignment. It is short questions. So, does that sound like the type of class that a 9th grader, a high school student, should be taking? And one might say, just move up to harder classes. I tried. Miss Lance, last year, my old counselor, told me that I couldn't move up to an AP Lang after I realized that the classes at Urbana weren't challenging enough for me, even though I was already in the AP prep classes, even though I knew that some of my friends already had done that. And also, a lot of people don't know that they can. AP Human Geography was not shown to me as a resource that I could use in 8th grade when signing up for my classes in high school. Plus, a lot of people are unmotivated because of the expectation of SRL again in 2025, thinking that an AP class might not work well with SRL, and so they wouldn't want to take that kind of class just in case they would get a lower grade, a lower GPA, and not be able to get either financial aid or other kinds of scholarships or get into the college that they want. Thank you.
Name, I didn't catch it.
Jimmy McCumber.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Eve.
Can I move this? Is this okay? Hey, guys. I want to identify myself so you get the context of where I'm coming from. I'm Eve Foley. I'm the student council president at Urbana High School. I'm also the class of 2024 president, and I'm heavily involved in the Parent-Teacher-Student Association. I'm here to comment on SRL. I guess you guys are pausing it for the next year or so, but I do not think it should come back at all, considering the experience that I've had and the numerous complaints that I hear basically every single day. I guess the idea that I've heard, I'm saying all of this as I guess because I haven't received like literally any information from anyone at all. Basically the idea that I've heard is that SRL A's or non-SRL A's are too easy. SRL makes it detached from just getting a grade and focusing on learning, which helps our students work harder. But I've actually seen that it just decreases motivation, makes students feel like they're stuck, and people just stop trying. There will be less A's as there are right now. Grades are down below average in comparison to Urbana High School. And there's a lot less learning. My SRL classes are not fun at all, and I don't think I've learned really that much with the new grading system. It's really just dependent on the teacher. So as Jimmy kind of said, just make your classes more rigorous. Like, I don't know why we don't focus on like enhancing our education even more. Why are we trying to change the grading system? Like, just enhance your classes and give your teachers more support. I mean, making your classes more rigorous is just going to give students a better work ethic instead of being demotivated, because they know they will get recognition instead of feeling stuck and like they hate school. Just make it achievable. Stop trying to do above and beyond, as everyone has said. I'm an above and beyond student. I've taken all of the hard classes. I take all the highest levels. I take classes at Parkland. I've taken 5 classes there because I was unsatisfied with the Urbana High School education that I could receive, even though I've been accelerated multiple levels in both math and English. Our classes need help, not our grading system. And there is a very negative mental health impact. There were almost 200 people, students, who responded to the survey that was sent out. Most of those were high school students, and 85% of them said that SRL had a negative impact on their mental health and self-confidence. Like, that is insane that you are supporting a system that is so negatively impacting our students. And I know that you guys don't want that, and none of us want that. And so if you're going to enforce SRL again, it really needs to be structured drastically. We honestly don't really feel taken care of or supported. You're going to take away SRL for the next 2 years, which will be a temporary fix, but these issues are just going to come back once they're reintroduced, even if teachers are better trained. There needs to be clear, achievable expectations. And I guess there's another idea that SRL is fixing grade inflation, but that hurts students until there is a national grade inflation fix, because that's putting us at another disadvantage in comparison to all the other people who are applying to colleges. Also, if you change the name, or if you reinforce SRL, which I'm asking that you please don't, because you're just going to have even more issues. Can you please change the name from SRL back to standards-based grading? Because it's the exact same thing. And I had to submit my grades to like my dream school. And I said, here's my SRL grading system, standards reference learning. And I attached a link, but it's all standards-based grading. But we use standard research. Like, we have a different name than everyone else, and so the college didn't know what SRL was. They only know what SBG is, and it just put me at a disadvantage. Am I overthinking? Am I sending them another email? Like, I honestly was so freaked out about this because no one knows what SRL is. They know what SBG is. Please fix that if you're going to reintroduce this. Also, how are you going to be training teachers and monitoring SRL implementation? I'm not sure, but the students also need to be better educated on SRL, included in these conversations, trained on SRL and its expectations, because we were honestly just thrown in the deep end and really confused. Also, if you're going to spend money on researching this, can you first buy us new bathroom sinks and whiteboard markers and Chromebooks that don't constantly break every 2 weeks? Like I said, am student body president and my class president, and I did not get the email regarding SRL. I heard from one of my mom's friends. Or one of my friend's moms. Yeah, she's like my friend, and then her mom was texting me about it. And I was like, wait, what email? What are you talking about? Because I didn't get it. And then she had to forward it to me. I'm going to keep going. You need to include us in these conversations. Everyone loves Urbana, right? Like, I love Urbana, but it makes me really sad when I'm excluded from this stuff, even though I have like literally the highest power position in my high school, yet I'm not receiving any information about this system when I'm supposed to be the spokesperson, yet I'm excluded. And it makes me confused, as if I'm supposed to send an email to you guys, or are you supposed to email me? I don't know. Yeah, so we're one district. Please do not inadvertently divide us or separate us. I don't know. We all just want the best. Please hit us up. We'll hit you up. That's why we're here. We're going to do great, and I'm really excited for us to figure this out and not have SRL ever again. Thank you.
Thank you both. Really appreciate you having the student voice here. Please encourage your classmates to come as well. We love hearing from you. Anybody else wish to make a statement before the board tonight? Seeing no one, there is no call for an executive session after tonight's meeting. Is there a motion to approve tonight's agenda? Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor say aye. Aye. It's now time for our student ambassador report.
Okay, this is the student ambassador report from me and Dominica. So what we're going to start doing in these presentations is doing like a word of the day and then putting like background information, because we believe that everyone could gain more knowledge from this. Today's word is the word disability. Background knowledge. The Oxford Dictionary considers this word to be a physical or mental condition that limits a person's movements, senses, or activities. This can be true, but also many individuals with special needs do not feel fully disabled, therefore don't feel like they fit that word. The word special needs fits everyone in the community better. In medieval times, the word was known to be God punishing you. Some people see it as the devil's deeds. Many still use that word to disrespect people with special needs, using that word to show them as a failure, problem, or powerless. As you just saw, a few students from UHS presented statistics and their stories with SRL. We didn't want to comment too much on this because we didn't want their voices to not be as heard. But there are some attention areas regarding why SRL shouldn't come back. Risk 1, should standard reference learning continue at the high school level, and then 85% say students say that it shouldn't. And then the risk 2 was the lack of explanation to what SRL is to students affects them even more. A lot of people were asking me what it is because they thought I should know because I was student ambassador, but I wasn't even explained to what it was, so I couldn't tell them what it was. The Student Council's Thanksgiving dinner. The Urbana High School Student Council hosted a huge 50th annual Thanksgiving dinner that was open to the whole community. It took place at the Urbana High School cafeteria on November 23rd from 4 to 6 p.m. This was a big hit and required a lot of volunteers. So thank you to everyone who volunteered for this. And congratulations on your 50th Thanksgiving dinner to the Student Council. How students feel about the changes in the bathrooms that you guys recently installed. There has been a lot of positive feedback about the bathrooms. Students appreciate the strips in the bathrooms. I personally, when I use them, they do seem cleaner, and I've heard students talking about how they were very surprised and grateful that you can no longer see through the gaps in the bathroom stalls anymore. And students would do this thing where they're I would while I'm washing my hands, I would in the mirror, I'd see them testing out the bathroom stalls and asking their friends if you could still see through the gaps, and their friends would be no. And then someone even asked me, is this part of improving the bathrooms? And I was yeah, it is. And they were really happy. So that's good. Yeah. Volunteering at UHS. Many clubs and organizations have been volunteering all around Urbana this past month with food, clothing drives, and passing out turkeys to families in Urbana. Thank you to everyone who contributes to volunteering. Your work does not go unnoticed. Donuts. Who wants some? Order for Krispy Kreme donuts are being taken by Urbana band students through Monday, December 11th. Go see a band student to place your donut order. So you guys can email Dominica if you want donuts. A dozen costs $13 and between $13 and $15. On Thursday, December 14th, after school donuts will be delivered to room 1234. On that day, they'll also be selling individual donuts for $3 in the hallway outside of the band room. Club shout-outs. Shout out to Habitat for Humanity for hosting their annual 182nd volleyball match. The seniors won and dominated the juniors. So, yay. That's great. Thank you for your attention. That's it.
Thank you very much, Paulina. Our first administrative report tonight is from RSP and Associates on our redistricting process.
Good evening. Is there an introduction from the district administration?
I just wanted to make sure you could hear us. Can you hear us okay? All right.
Absolutely. You hear me? That's good.
Awesome. So Robert Schwartz is here from RSP. We had him come before us before, and he is here to share a bit of an update, which was already pre-scheduled in our timeline. He's going to talk a little bit about our timeline and also some challenges that they've been experiencing via data collection. And then at the end of our conversation, we were really scheduled at this session to talk about some boundary criteria and prioritizing some information from the board. So he really would like to hear thoughts from the board on a couple items so they can continue on with data collection. So I'll turn it over to Robert.
Outstanding. Thank you so much. We're going to share our screen now. I think we need to have the other screen stop, or do you want to run this through what you guys have?
Can we run the presentation on our screen? It's pumped through our broadcast YouTube.
Sure. And when we get to some of these activities, we might need to share our screen to be able to show some things. But let's go with yours, and I'll tell you when to advance. So as long as I can see what's up on the screen, that's the key thing. There we go. That's good. So go to the next slide. Just for the benefit of everybody that's tuning in this evening, this slide is important so you know who we are and what we do and how we approach the work that we're going to be doing with your district over the next 4 to 6 months. Myself, I am a trained planner in many different aspects. Tonight, you're going to hear a little bit from Jenna on some of the visuals and help build on some of our conversation. We only work with school districts, and we do stuff all through the Midwest, a lot of work in Illinois. You can just look us up and see some of those really cool projects. The key thing is, and what I think you're going to get starting tonight, is how we're trying to look at your district, not only from the lens of data, but also some of the qualitative elements that make up your community. So things that we talk about starting tonight, it's not a judgment. It's not even a comparison necessarily to other things. It might be just an honest conversation to hear what you think about some things. Because when we go through a process that we're going to be embarking on, there's going to be some challenges, and we want to know how to get through some of those challenges in a way that's going to be respectful and get us to a point where we're providing better services for students in each of your buildings. So if we go to the next slide, this is generally the process that we've kind of mapped out. What you see here is many different colors, and those colors represent where different entities come into play with providing some feedback or insight into what needs to be done for the end of this process. So it's kind of looking at the end in mind. The key element in this are the two blue boxes. It's sandwiched with the board providing guidance, and then it's at the end of it, the blue box, the board making a decision. That's an important piece. In the middle of this process, there's public inputs. Those are the orange boxes. That's important because the work that we work on between tonight and when we get to those public inputs that I think are in February, that's important to know where are we headed. Did we go in the right direction from what was on the onset, again, beginning today? The yellow represents RSP, the work that we're doing. So we have an enrollment analysis that we're working on. I'll talk about some of that here in a moment. And then the pink is your administration. So ranging from Dr. Ivory Tatum to other administrators, there's going to be some key elements that they're going to have to provide for the context of what is happening, what could happen as we move through this process. So again, it's very elaborative in trying to provide different feedbacks at different points in time so that we have a good plan when we get to the end of this. Next slide. What's built into this process are some things that are very valuable. I know the board in the past has talked about guiding principles. I put to be determined. We're not determining that yet tonight, but we're going to have some guiding principles. We're going to talk about one key element tonight that's instrumental in how we look at your boundaries. We're also going to prioritize boundary criteria. That's coming up. That'll be valuable in the metric of how any concept may look in relation to what those boundary criteria are. Wrapped around this entire process is what RSP is referred to as ACE. So we know there's a correlation, a relationship between what's happening in the buildings as it relates to academics, to culture, and to some of the realities of economics. We'll talk more about that as we get into the process, but it's important for the community to know that there's just some givens of what we know is happening in your community that has to be a part of the process. And so it may not be specifically spelled out, but it's going to fall into one of these three cogs that you see as a visual illustration. The most important thing is we have to stay focused on what's important. So we have that in bold there at the bottom. It's the students, the staff, the families, and the community. Sometimes they're at odds with each other because of the nature of what we're going to be talking about. Next slide. I'm going to have Jenna come up here, and she's going to go over some of these visuals. And when she goes over these visuals, what I want you to have in the back of your mind of kind of an update on what's been happening with the data. If you remember when I spoke to you right from the onset, I said data is the most important piece to what RSP does. We have to have a good foundation. And so your administration has been working in a feverish pace with our team to make sure that the student data that we have is validated to a point where we can say, is this audited count? Is this certified count? Is this the fall housing count? Whatever that is, that we can go back to saying this is what that data is. And so we've successfully worked through that laborious process down to the student level, not only by grade, but at each building. That's the first thing that was a huge challenge. The second challenge has been some of what I would label the cadastral data. So some of the visuals that Jen is going to go over with you this evening doesn't really get at the level of the detail that we're aiming for, and we're pretty close to having some elements that will provide the context that when we talk about a geographic area, we specifically know what does that mean for socioeconomics? What does that mean for household income? What does that mean for some of the type of students that need to be served, that whatever we do in changing the boundaries, we're ensuring that that successful academic achievement can happen, whether they remain at one building or they get moved to another building. So that's been a key component that we're fleshing out. I think we'll have the data that we need at the end of this week. And at that point, that allows us to get all the cool things that you just heard about, that we talk about with our projections. And what this means is we translate that into live birth data, migration, developments, shifts of what we're seeing with the choices that students or the programs may indicate where students are being served. So with that, I'm going to turn over to Jenna. She's going to set the groundwork for our big conversation of today with boundaries, with geography, or with socioeconomics. So Jenna, just take it away.
Thank you, Rob. Good evening, board. So I'm just going to briefly go over just a couple of these visuals to kind of set the stage of what you guys are looking at visually. This first map in front of you is the current elementary boundaries. So we've illustrated here the different colors representing those current boundaries. And you'll see that dotted line that borders each boundary. A little bit redundant, but it helps to provide what the dotted line looks at in the other maps. All of your school points are located within their boundary. You can see those labeled as well. The other thing that I want to just call out here is you can see visually here how we have the different attendance islands, where you can see where some of our boundaries, like Thomas Paine, orange in the south, but also orange up in the north, where it is not contiguous to the rest of that attendance area. Something when we talk about natural boundaries, natural features, and having contiguous attendance areas, we'll come back to what our current situation is with our different islands. You can go ahead to the next slide. All right, this next two maps in front of you are something we put together to really frame this discussion that Rob's going to go through and using census data. So this map here is a map utilizing census blocks. Census blocks are the smallest geographic unit used by the census, so they're created by the U.S. Census, and they are smaller than any of census tracts or block groups. They're going to be that smallest geographic unit. And then we have our color gradient here representing the percentage of the population in each census block of minority status. So looking at our race and ethnicity, of what is the percentage of minority race and ethnicity in each census block. It goes from more of the pale yellow to the darker blue being the greatest percentage of our minority status. So trying to visually look at our race and ethnicity demographics by the census here, we can see the different consolidations of our different neighborhoods and what that looks like geographically in the district. Go to the next slide. This next map that we are pulling here is our median household income. So this is also provided by the census. Instead of the U.S. Census, the American Community Survey updates this on a yearly basis, and they utilize block groups instead of census blocks. So it's a little bit of a bigger geography, so it kind of groups together multiple census blocks into larger areas. So you'll see a bit less granularity with this map, but is the smallest we can do with this variable, median household income. So in this case, we're trying to visualize where the areas of lower median household income are versus higher, with that dark blue being over $80,000 for a median household income. You can see that, for example, like just south of Leal Elementary being an area of high median home income versus areas near King Elementary being of a lower median household income. So these two visuals just kind of paint together where we're looking at with initial geographies leading into this next deeper conversation. So you can go ahead to that next slide.
All right, so we have some options here, but I want to state some of the facts that we've heard. So we know that we've heard from different facets that neighborhoods are important to the creation of boundaries. So we want to associate a neighborhood to a school attended zone. We've also heard that there's a commitment to having some socioeconomics, ethnicity, diversity, that those are important in the creation of boundaries. This is why we showed you with the data sets that we currently have access to, things that relate to neighborhoods with census blocks or block groups. What we have where we could pivot is if not sharing the screen, we had prepared something where we could do poll everywhere to get some sense of what you guys are thinking. So I want to stop there. Is that something where we just want to keep this screen and we just pivot to another way to get information from you all?
Board members, any comments on that question? I think we can proceed as you suggested. Just keep the screen. That's fine.
All right, perfect. So are we sharing our screen right now? All right. So if you pick up your phones, or if you have a tablet, and I can't see what you guys have in front of you since there's no video.
We have phones.
All right, phones, perfect. If you use your phones, your text status.
And just to clarify, this is for board members or everybody watching at home as well?
At this point, I'm fine with anybody. Since it's a live stream, anybody can jump in because this will be of value. We'll be able to say it's board members plus whomever was there in person or even live. So if you pick up your phones and you type 2 2s, 3 3s, and you type the word RSP meeting in there, this should get you into the poll everywhere. And it's live now. And so what I'm asking for you to do in this conversation is in 1, 2, or 3. So for instance, it might be something that's geographic. It might be connected, whatever those words are. And I don't want to sway you to choosing something that I said, so I try to use something that was kind of general.
Okay, just to be clear to everybody at home and to the board, what you would do is you bring up your text messages and then enter as the phone number 22333, and then in the message, enter the word RSP meeting, all one word, followed by 1 to 3 words describing what neighborhood schools mean to you.
And once it lets you into it, then type this in. And so this is kind of a word cloud. And so this is just a way for us to get a sense of, what do you guys think in neighborhood schools are? I mean, Jenna went over how your current attendance areas, that we have islands. I imagine that's to probably get at our second question, that we want to have some sort of balance or diversity in our buildings. But right now we're focused on neighborhood. What does neighborhood mean? And as people text things in, the words that are most predominantly used are going to be the most bold. And RSP meeting is definitely not one of the words, but that's one of those things with technology. But I'm gonna let this kind of go but really what I'm trying to get a framework is we're this third party, right? And we're coming in, we're gonna use data metrics. There'll be times where we're physically in your community, we're interfacing with you, the board or the administrators, or even community members. But I want to get a sense of, I'm not there. I've not lived there. I've been in the community, but not in a way with which we're going through your community to understand. What does neighborhood mean? Because neighborhood means a lot of different things. It could mean that you live far away from a building. You might think of neighborhoods differently versus it's right across the street. You might think about it with the relationships that are formed, the programs that are there, your involvements as a parent. When my kids were in elementary, how I thought of an elementary school is much different than what it was at the middle school, and then I never want to go into the high school approach, which I know a lot of parents go through. I'm going to give this about another 30 seconds. Jenna, if you can just keep watching so we hit about 30 seconds. I think we're down to about 10 seconds. 5 seconds. And go ahead and close that. All right, we're going to go to the next question. And all these responses will end up given back to you all so you guys can see this. So again, this is, 1 to 2 or 3 words. I want you to type in some words that help with describing what a balanced socioeconomic and ethnic diversity school means to you. It may mean the same thing, it may mean something different. And from our end, no judgment. We know every community, things are different. I just kind of want to get a sense of what that means. So as we lead into our last topic, once you're in the meeting, you don't have to put RSP meeting. Well, I think we may be able to discount that when we look through the RSP meeting rocks, right? Although that's probably not vernacular kids use today. That's the downside. I don't see your video or hear your audio, so I don't know if I'm funny or if I'm whatever. But some good words coming up there.
Just to be clear, so on subsequent questions, we don't need to prefix the answer with RSP meeting. Is that correct?
That is correct. You just can, once you're in the meeting, once we're on second question, you just can type in what you want. You're in. You're in like Flynn. Up with DEI, right? So diversity, equity, inclusion means something different in the communities we work in. Depends on what lens you have on how that fits, right? So again, not a judgment, not any sort of character agreement or assassination. Just what are you guys thinking about this? Give you about another 30 seconds here. How I judge when to give that countdown is I see fewer responses coming in. All right, about 10 more seconds. 5 more seconds. And next question. All All right, so this is the next one, and as I talk, you guys can, at this point with the board, let's have a conversation, and board members don't just vote just yet, or even anyone who's listening to this. What we're trying to get a sense of here, and so we'll look at those word clouds. We'll send this to the district. The board will have this. Maybe even gets posted out on your website of what people were thinking at this particular snapshot. What I'm trying to get a sense of is when we're looking at whatever a potential attendance area might look like, there's going to be a point where we have some conflict or challenge in determining what is something that should be higher or less in the approach of saying a boundary is meeting a certain standard. So a lot of times, for instance, we might have an area that is, let's say, within a quarter mile of the school. But by moving it to another building, we are able to provide a better socioeconomic balance, whatever that might be. It might be ethnicity, might be type of rental, it might be housing income, type of housing product, but you're a quarter mile from the school. What I'm trying to get a sense of, 50-50 when we're done with this, but I'm trying to get a sense of when these two areas are conflicting with each other, where do we tend to want to side? Is it some of the geography? Is it something with the socioeconomics? And it's not a clear line. And that's kind of where I was saying, I hope it's not 50-50. In some cases, as we look at different parts of the community, the existing islands we have, it may be with these islands, it may make sense where they stay where they are because that's where it is. We may hear some things from those islands where, hey, we're so far, we're closer to another building. This is hard for our student to get to school. They tend to be late, or I can't be involved in the school, or fill in a whole host of things. Maybe even be babysitting, right? How does the babysitter get them to school or back from school? Which buildings have before or after care? Maybe all your buildings have it, but at this point I don't know some of this information. But what is going to be the thing that ultimately we start to think about between these two variables? Is proximity to the school more important than socioeconomics, or socioeconomics more important to neighborhoods? This similar conversation in some other districts we've had over the last couple months, the thing that was on their mind, we can't get bus drivers. So yeah, we may be wanting to move some students that get us a different balance, but if we can't get bus drivers to get them there, we're willing to do something. I think maybe what I heard from someone that spoke earlier, maybe it's about having the right supports in the building that enhances whatever that academic program is versus moving kids to a different area. Again, no judgment. I'm just throwing things out that might be things we've heard in other districts that are some of the realities. So board members, as we're talking here, give me some of your impressions. So you saw as the word clouds came up for neighborhoods, as the word cloud came up for socioeconomics. What are you guys thinking about this? I've been talking too much.
All right, well, thank you. Board members, now is your opportunity to comment on, I guess, the values that we want to impress upon our consultants here, along with some of these relative priorities. So we're all deep in thought.
Well, my comment about this particular question is that if the Urbana, like many cities in this country, have basically more or less been redlined. So if you're going purely off location, there's affluent neighborhoods and there's poor neighborhoods, and there's some that are in between. There's parts of the town that have more rentals, more apartments, where people are coming and going. So if you're doing it purely on geography, then the socioeconomic balance is, I think, by default going to be really poor. So I don't know, what you do is you start with geography and then you start tweaking it until you have a balance of both. So if this was 50-50, I would agree with that.
Thanks, Robbie. Anyone else? I can sorry, I can speak, I guess, to some has had the historical issues in the district with regards to this question. I mean, in the past, our neighbors to the west were put under consent decree with regards to the fact that their neighborhood system was had huge inequities in the balance of students in their schools, and we looked at that in the past in our district. This is probably in the 1990s, and we. As a result, we did end up moving a big part of an African American neighborhood to basically our school with the least amount of minority enrollment, the most probably privileged area of town. And it was actually the residents of the African American community who stood up against that down the road, because they really wanted their neighborhood to have a school. So it isn't, opposition, I guess, to balancing socioeconomics doesn't always come from the privileged, right? It sometimes the communities that are seen as underprivileged and have a lower SES sometimes really value their neighborhood buildings as well. So you have to be careful when trying to move kids across town in order to balance numbers. Did I say that correct?
Yeah, I mean, I agree on that just based on my own experience of being that kid that was in the neighborhood and wanted to go to the neighborhood school, but for other reasons was bused to a different school for the same thing we're talking about here. So I definitely think, speaking just from the African American perspective, that the value of the neighborhood is a little bit stronger, especially for the kids, than a lot of the other topics and reasons that we may as adults think otherwise. So I think it's going to be important that we, if we're thinking about going that route, having that perspective of what our parents and families think that are in those neighborhoods.
Yeah, I mean, another unique issue I think maybe facing Urbana is the fact that our buildings are primarily located on the south side of town, which forces us into basically having to bus a substantial number of our students in general. So what we've tried to do in the past with regards to balancing SES across our buildings is preserving our neighborhood schools around each of the buildings, but busing the kids we have to bus anyway. We end up busing in an effort to bring some socioeconomic balance. That's what we've done in the past. In any case.
Sorry, some people never have, or some families don't have that advantage of having a neighborhood school based on where they're living, and it's all economic levels as well. And we have to be concerned about how long it takes to go on the bus as well. We were not going to send somebody from the furthest north to the furthest south. I think the least amount of time that students stay on the bus, ride on the bus, is important.
Any other board members wish to go ahead, Lolly.
Sí, de hecho está analizando una de las diapositivas donde se representa actualmente la distribución de todos los distritos.
So I was just thinking in one of the slides that you were showing all the distribution in all the districts.
Como ustedes pueden ver, la distribución de las comunidades latinas se encuentran a los alrededores de la ciudad, lo que no está cercano de ninguna de las escuelas donde actualmente van.
So you can see that all the Latin American communities are around the city and they are not near from any of the schools.
Como la compañera comentaba, el tiempo que se encuentra de los niños en el autobús, las distancias son bastante largas.
So like she said, with the kids are going to be a lot of time in the buses and it's a long time to move around for the school.
Entonces, para balancear la distribución de esos niños, no se puede contar en la proximidad de la escuela, ni tampoco balancear el socioeconómico, el estado de socioeconómico de las familias de estos niños.
So for these families, it's not a great idea to talk about the neighborhood or also the socioeconomic status.
Entonces mi pregunta es cómo ustedes planean hacer ese balance en esa comunidad particularmente.
So my question is about how do you want to, how are you thinking in make the distribution in that community in specific?
Good. So is this, do you want me to answer the question as I think this is the first question. Does that work for you guys?
Yes.
All right, cool. So what I think I'm hearing from all of you, now kind of like put it all into the arena. There's no absolute, right? You can't just choose neighborhoods and you can't just say balancing socioeconomics. So there's going to be kind of a balancing. And so how does that balancing start? And I think some of it is things that the community can provide us with some feedback. Like what is a reasonable distance from a school that you would define, let's say, walkable for your neighborhood? Because if we define neighborhoods a certain way, we get a different output. For instance, if I live up on the north side and I know that I'm going to be on a bus to go to school because there's no buildings up there, the way I define neighborhood might be those that live right in close proximity to me. So do you have the right, not first number of kids, because we have capacity of buildings. And then where does it make sense to make some of the adjustments that are going to provide the balancing that you ultimately want to see in each of your buildings? That's kind of the art of this, right? The data is going to be there, but it's the art of what works in your community. And there's going to be things that I fully expect that right now are these island pieces, that there may be some people that live there that want a greater concentration around them that also go to a building. Or maybe they want to go to a building that's closer. Those are going to be some challenging conversations because not everybody's going to be able to probably go to the building they ultimately would like to attend. That's why this conversation we wanted to have in our conversation with the superintendent was that this is kind of one of those sticking points. We see this in all of our boundary processes where people want to stay very rigid in one of these two arenas.
All right. Anybody else want to have specific? Go ahead, Robbie, please.
I just want to make a comment about your, the minority majority slide that you had for the map of Urbana. And that is, I might be mistaken, but I think our school population is only like 30% white. Is that right?
No, it's we have a plurality of African Americans, and then Caucasians is just a little bit underneath of that as the next group.
So, which I think is different than the population of this town on the census, correct? So, the thing is where I don't know. I mean, if you use, I don't know how you define your map, but if that's based off census data, you have to. It doesn't. Census data determining the building makeup is not necessarily the students determining the building makeup, is what I'm trying to say. And that there's a difference between African Americans and Latinos. So I think you really need to break down those probably three groups when you're trying to divide people up based off ethnicity and race.
Yeah, and that's a valid point. So we're looking at total population based on the census data. So I mean, that's like our most rich data where we can look at an entire community. Now it's not when, it's we have the data. As we look at your student data, what is that representation as we look at that with those census block data sets to get the representation of some of those groups? That's the next iteration. This is really kind of that starting point of what we could get access to for this conversation. Very valid point that you made.
And then the other large variable in this is if there is a single dual language school, where is that building going to be? And then how does it play out in the other four buildings? So I don't know what what is your preference? Are you going to play out like 5 different scenarios for us Or are we going to say which school is the most likely to be a single dual language school and go from there? Or I don't, you know, I don't want you to come back in March and then be like, hey, wait a second, how about we make it a different school? And then we're back at the starting board. We need to try to knock it all out the first time through, hopefully.
Yeah, trust me, we're not going to make all those hard decisions. It's not going to be in a vacuum. I'm going to bring in a somewhat a comparable, another project that we're farther along on, and it's in St. Charles, Illinois. So you mentioned the dual language program. They have a dual language program. The administration and board made a decision, kind of delayed a little bit of our process, but I think it was worth the delay, was the determination of which building was going to be best suited for the dual language program. Currently, it was in 2 buildings. We're now making it in 1 building. And so and we're also going to be changing what does that mean for dual language. So again, some of this is marketing of what that program is, that it's not just for, and this, I don't know if this is the direction you're going in St. Charles. It's, hey, right now it's serving students predominantly that can't speak English. So English is their second language. The goal is over the next 5 years that you have the opportunity for students that are English speakers, that they're immersed into that program, so it's seen both ways. And so they grow the program that way. That may be a goal that you have. You may have a different goal. But whatever that is, we are going to need some assistance on which building that is, so that as we look at the current population of who's being served for that dual language, and then how could that program grow, change over time. We want to make sure we have the right space in whatever building is chosen so that that program can flourish. Does that answer your question?
It does, but then from our end, we need to then answer that question, I think.
Yeah, I mean,
either give you one specific school or give you 2 options, I think.
I guess to give you some more context, Mr. Schwartz, we've transitioned from a traditional transitional bilingual program to a dual language model in this district and it's been active for 12 years. It exists in 2 of our buildings. 2 of our buildings are basically kind of split in half, where the dual language strands coexist with, neighborhood school strands in 2 buildings. And the board is currently considering taking the dual language strands from 2 of our buildings and putting them into a single building. That's what we're considering. That's what we'd like to consider with your guidance.
That's exactly what St. Charles has done. Same situation. So once we know which building, that sets things in motion, right? So the other buildings, what does their neighborhood boundaries look like? But you're also going to have to look at this metric as well, is when we move certain populations around, they may be more likely to be, let's say, a lower socioeconomic or a specific group of people. And so knowing that it's going to go to 1 building, you're going to have the understanding that there may be something that's different in that building because of that particular program. So we absolutely can assist in this, and I think there's some things offline with the superintendent that we can talk to that can help you as a board come to that ability, whether it's 1 building or 2 buildings that are in the approach. I mean, ideally it would be 1 building because that helps with messaging, that helps with how we can focus in on what a concept could look like. But maybe that you're still kind of in the process of exploring. You just have to have some flexibility with what we create and what that communication process might be. It'll be something entirely different if we have multiple buildings.
Well, if St. Charles kind of went through something that we're considering here, I mean, at what point did the board kind of hit the pause button to make that decision? Was it after the public comment sections that are sessions that like you have scheduled for us for February? Was it kind of just kind of curious, by when, at what point in this process did that stake have to be put in the ground?
That's an excellent question, and it was something that we advised and they adhered to. Their administration also agreed was we have to have a decision where that building is going. before we start looking at what the concepts are, because it was going to be something that's quite transformational, right? You have two buildings and you have different, like for them, they had two sections in each grade in two different buildings. We also had paired grades, so it was even another level. But we felt that was an important enough decision before we started creating concepts to keep things focused on what the vision was for dual language, what it will mean in the future. Knowing that was an important piece. That doesn't mean it has to be that way for you all. That was just something that the more information we can get out that are more within the metrics of a guiding principle for what we're doing, the easier it is for you, the board, the administration, definitely the community to know what we're trying to work on.
All right, so John, could you bring back the slide that had basically the proposed general timeline? I think the two public meetings in February and another board meeting, I think by April or May. Is anybody, or okay.
Oh, he's waiting for you, John. Sorry. The timeline slide.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I have it in front of me, but it'd be good for the public to see it.
And now I just admitted to you that I'm old and I need reading glasses.
There we go. Okay, so this was kind of the very high level timeline that's kind of generally been proposed for this process. At what point in this process would it be advantageous for RSP to have that decision made?
It would be before we start with the boundary admin meeting team in January. And I think we're working on what those dates are. So here in December would be ideal.
I frankly, I don't know how we could do that. That's such a huge decision, and the community is going to want feedback just on that decision by itself. I have a hard time seeing us getting that done by January.
So if I flip the question, if it can't be done by January, what timeline do you all feel you could successfully communicate whatever that decision might be?
Please, Sid Lolly has a question real quick.
Is the decision about like if we're going to go in one school, or I think we already have that decision made. We already decided that we will follow the recommendation.
There has not been an official vote on that by this board yet. So we to go to a single building model, it hasn't been voted on yet.
That we should be able to do by January. I see no reason why we could not put that on a
Yes,
an
because
agenda
we're
to make that
the board
decision.
could formally act. I'm just saying that the town's gonna want to
Yeah.
have input on that
But we
before
already
vote.
have the recommendation, and I think in a couple of meetings ago, when we decided about the sixth grade, we decided about also about the Duolingo program.
Sure, but I'm guessing though that before January, it's not just whether or not a building should be used for a single building dual language, but you want to know which building, correct?
Well, but you're right. We haven't had an official vote. All the board voted on was to pause all discussion about
That wasn't even
dual
a vote.
language.
It was a.
So we could bring back a formal vote to say, yes, we are supporting the single. And I think administration can bring our recommendation of what building we think it should be in January, and whether or not the board is going to be able to move forward with that recommendation is one thing, but that doesn't mean that we couldn't do the work to bring forward at least a recommendation.
Well, if we're going to try to adhere to this timeline, I see no other choice, unless I'm.
We do have a meeting January 9th, I believe. Could that be included in that meeting? Because I would not want to address this in December at all.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
That's 1 week from today, I believe. So.
No.
No, just 2 weeks from today.
2 weeks from today,
Okay.
but
Yeah, you're right.
Sherry's right. With it being so close to the holiday, we won't be engaging people as much as we'd like. So, if I'm hearing correctly, at the January 9th meeting, we want to actually put an official action item to make a decision one way or the other about single one school model. And then maybe at the next meeting, Paul, would you like us to bring a recommendation for which building we would recommend?
Sure, it's
We have to talk about it sooner or later.
no, I'm not saying that. I'm saying I don't disagree with that. I disagree with the viability of getting that decision done with proper public input by that point in time.
I think to aid the public input plan, if you could refresh my memory, what are the possible schools that would be up based off size?
3 options. The only options that would be viable in terms of size and space would be Dr. Williams, Thomas Paine, and Yankee Ridge.
All right, so if you say that on social media, for everybody else, I'm sure a lot of people are watching this meeting because of redistricting. I'm sure you'll get a lot of input by the beginning of January.
I agree.
So I think you could totally make that decision even at the first meeting in January. I mean, if you want to make a recommendation and then vote on the second one, something like that.
I thought,
and we could consider Lille, but the Lille just doesn't have space to grow, and we would have to use.
Lille could house the program today,
Could house the program today through maybe 2025 if it didn't grow any further. But if we want to unify the program and maybe continue to have conversations about French dual language and things like that, then we need to be in a bigger space.
I'd also recommend a community roundtable in between those 2 January meetings. That's an interactive.
I would concur with that
I think
recommendation.
also we should think about the French duolingual program because Yankee Ridge is one of the set of those programs. So if we are thinking about recommending that school for the Spanish program, we have to think about where the French program is going to go.
And in full transparency, we received an email while we've been sitting in here about French dual language. We have had a very small conversation in regard to French dual language related to our Tier 1 plan we're going to talk about here in a few minutes. And no decisions have been made. We are just clearly just talking about what Silali and what I just alluded to, that if we're going to be redistricting the Spanish dual language program into one building, we need to talk about the future of French dual language and if that program might join and what that program might look like in the years to come due to the declining numbers. So no decisions have been made, but we are talking about all of those things because they all are connected, right? So, yeah.
it was my understanding that the goal of using a consultant for this was that that person or that agency would recommend also which school would be advisable to use. So I don't know that
I think
we
we're
can
gonna
decide that without the input.
I think we're going to rely on them to help us, and the information that the visuals that they share tonight, I think are part of ways to help us make that decision. Robert, I don't know if you want to share a little bit more about some of the issues you've come across in looking at what kind of slowed us down a little bit in looking at our data, our neighborhood data.
Yeah, it's all about being able to build the foundation for some of these conversations. And if we talk a little bit about some of the data and what goes into which building is best for the dual language, the key component, we can look at all of the things of what's happening with trends with those students that would be in the current situation utilizing those services. But one of the things that we always talk about with administration is how does that program work in a building? Without us going through your buildings, analyzing the buildings, understanding the program, we couldn't in great confidence say this building is going to be better for the utilization of the program versus one of these other 2 buildings. So we've had discussion to at least start the parameters of what you've already heard and what we heard for the first time of what could the size of the program be that immediately eliminates a certain number of buildings. What we can bring to the table or added measure is how does that relate to the conversation we've had tonight, geography versus socioeconomics. So when we look at the dual language program, We've done different things, whether it's Rockford, Illinois, Palatine, things we're doing in St. Charles. How do things line up with where students live with the building that's chosen? Because that has some sort of impact on how there's involvement and success for those students in those buildings. This is why we're saying it's a combination of what RSP does, what administration does, and what you as the board and the community are thinking about how you start to implement these decisions. And hopefully you see that tonight is, yes, we have experts, we're professionals, and we will guide you through this process to get you where things need to go at the end. But there are certain things where it might be the community, it might be administration, or even you as a board that you're going to have to help push things along because of whoever has expertise in one of those areas I listed. We need their help. This is a big move, and so we want it to be inclusive of everybody.
All right. Any other comments, questions, context?
For the potential French dual language program, I was wondering, would that go through middle school and high school, or like where would that end?
So we currently have French dual language at Yankee Ridge. Those students, we already have some students that are starting to be at UMS. So very much like Spanish dual language. The problem that we're running into, Paulina, is that the program, just like our Spanish dual language program was created and kind of designed for our emergent bilingual Spanish speakers, the French dual language program also was designed for our native French emergent bilingual students, but that group is, we have less and less and less of those students every year. So right now we have more white students in the program that are English speakers than we do French speakers. So I think what we're talking about is how we can continue to provide supports for the students that are currently in the program and for the students that are starting to move into the middle school with the declining enrollment. So those are all things that we're talking about.
So does it like in high school, for example, is it called like French dual language, or does
we don't have it in high school yet?
Okay, but
so right
it's
now
in
just
middle school.
Just
like
started in middle school.
Just started in middle school. Okay, so when they go to high school, do they just go to like AP French or French 7A?
So we haven't figured all of that out yet.
Okay.
So
Okay.
yeah. So
Okay.
those are future conversations to come.
Yeah, I was just trying to figure that out because in my French class, I'm in 5-6, and most of the people in there are native French speakers. So
Yes.
and I feel like definitely the teacher would have a lot of room to teach dual language French because she has like free periods where she just like is on hall duty or has like a study hall because she doesn't have enough French classes. So I think there would definitely be room for her to teach more French classes offered like dual language wise.
Sure. Thank you. Yeah.
Wow.
So just to clarify, did I hear consensus from everyone that we're going to put a vote for the single dual school, an official vote for the January 9th meeting?
Yeah, although I think the very first thing we need to do is engage the BIPAC and the Spanish-speaking communities. I mean, where this program is theirs. It's intended to serve them, and it's essential that we reach out to them and get their input on these choices.
So I
as
know
soon as possible.
The BPAC, the Spanish BPAC and the French BPAC meet regularly. I'm sure Lupe is watching this meeting from home. She probably would be here, but her mom had surgery today, or she'd be here in person probably with us. So they have been having the conversations as part of their BPAC group, and so we'll continue to, I'll meet with them, and Kim and I will follow up and make sure that they have that conversation with the group. But again, that is several weeks from now, so I know they have another meeting between now and
It'll
then.
be here before we know it.
Yep. Yeah, I'm just trying to plan ahead and make sure that we keep us moving in the direction of having some action. So unless they don't have a meeting between now and January 9th, if for some reason they don't have one scheduled, we can ask them to schedule one. Maybe with the holidays they may not, I don't know. But if they do have an opportunity to meet with families, then,
According to my calendar, it is January 9th.
oh, okay. Yes, they often are meeting the same night that we're here, unfortunately, yes. We could potentially ask if they could call together a meeting, maybe between now and before winter break. We can try to do that.
I mean, we have to engage them somehow.
Yeah, oh,
So-
sure.
so-
I'm sure they're watching and listening, and so we can reach out to the co-presidents, and or Joe and Lupe can do that.
You know, to make this decision without their input would just be wrong. Anybody else? All right. Robert, is there anything else you need from us?
No, I appreciate your involvement in the questions we had and the conversation, honest conversation you've had. I think all of this will build into helping us better find the solution for your community. So we look forward to other things that are coming up. But thank you so much.
Thank you, Robert.
I'm sure we'll hit you up between now and our next meeting with
Oh,
regards
we have
to
meetings scheduled with them. too,
Yeah, I'm guessing we're going to probably want data that you're collecting to help us guide our choices with regards to placement of the program, if that's the route that the community wants to go. So and again, thank you again.
So, Paul, I want to make one clarifying comment. I don't think I was suggesting that we weren't going to be engaging the BPAC. They have been talking about this for a year. So I think
Okay.
there's been a lot of conversation happening in that space. So I wasn't implying that we were going to move forward with a vote without including them, because it has been ongoing conversation within that group, especially the Spanish BPAC group.
I appreciate that clarification. All right. If that's it, we'll move on to our next administrative report. Good night, Robert. It's update on the standards reference learning grading system.
Good evening, everyone. Tonight, I do not have a formal presentation, but I did want to provide some updates just in case some of our stakeholders have not been in some of the spaces or didn't receive some of the announcements that went out yesterday. You heard a little bit of feedback in our public comments this evening about standards reference learning, so just want to share some updated information. First of all, I want to thank our students, families, and staff that took the time to provide feedback. Last week, we met November 29th. I had many different individuals. We took time first to hear from our students, and then our families, and our staff, and our administrators on just listening, any concerns that they had, and then we talked about solutions. And again, we heard from all of those stakeholder groups. It definitely was informative as we've moved through this process. Before the surveys have gone out, there were some things that we were seeing or hearing. For example, communication with just the rollout. We had some leadership changes from the beginning of the year that impacted this somewhat at central office. And we had inconsistencies across the department. You heard a little bit from our students this evening with the 4. There's mixed messages on that were shared, where some students felt that it was communicated that a 4 was unattainable, or in some cases it was. We do have students that have received 4s, so I do want to clarify that. It's not that it has not been attainable, but it was clear that the same message was not being given to all of our students or families. Retakes were not consistently being offered across all SRL implemented classrooms. We also have a number of long-term subs across the district that have not received training on the implementation of standards reference learning. It was clear that more professional development and collaboration is needed. What we would like to continue, and we will continue, is it's important that our students receive specific, frequent feedback on their learning. No matter if it's traditional or standards reference learning, that must happen in all classrooms. And so the development of rubrics that are tied specifically to student learning and standards, that must continue, along with common assessments in our courses across grade levels and departments. Further development is also needed in noting the accommodations for IEPs and 504s. So a lot of those findings we're becoming clear before we heard from our stakeholders. Following the surveys that we received either from our UEA or our parent groups, it was clear through this the feedback session that we had, that forum, that student mental health is a key piece as we consider these changes, and that shift from assessing progress to mastery, we know that that's been a difficult journey. The feedback from the SRL surveys also reported the inconsistencies across courses and emphasized the need for further training. And so we also know that decaying average, we took a look at that. So what that means is that later on in the semester, because students would have had more opportunities for practice, more opportunities for assessments, or more opportunities for retakes, the end of semester grades, assessments received further weighting. What was interesting on that, we did pulled a few different examples, and when we removed the decaying average, we actually saw in some cases students were doing worse when we removed that heavier weight. So that was an interesting finding when we took a look at that. But based on all these factors, there were many, we are putting the pause on standards reference learning for grades 6 through 12. We will reconvene the committee on Friday, and the purpose of that is just to think about next steps in our work, providing professional development for our teachers, designing rubrics, as I mentioned, that are providing really clear, specific feedback so students know what it is they are expected to learn and how to get there. So that work will continue. With a lot of the initiatives that are being put in place, as we've stated after our school report card reports, we know that we have to look at things differently across the board. Part of that is we started, even before the data came out from our school report cards, with our math K-12 that we're implementing, and then we'll be coming forward with recommendations soon on ELA. But we know that we have to have consistent practices from one grade level to another. Those structures are so necessary, and for tangible resources for all of our teachers so that they can guide instruction clearly for our students. So more to come on all of that. But again, just wanted to share a little bit more about this announcement because not all individuals were maybe aware. We met in person yesterday with secondary staff. I was both the middle school and the high school. An email was scheduled for the problem-solving collective team, the board, and then an email also went out to all secondary staff, families, and board. And so again, just wanted to follow up this evening. Okay, thank you. Any questions?
Yeah. Any questions, board? Go ahead, Paulina.
I have one. I was wondering why you decided to do a pause and not a permanent end.
So again, we just want to take some more time to look at things. You did hear, and I really, appreciate the courage and applaud everyone that spoke this evening as well. But you heard some concerns as far as the rigor that's in their classrooms. Rigor in the classrooms isn't designed just by SRL. Even if we have a traditional grading system, we want to make sure that that rigor is still there. So we just want to look at a lot of different pieces and again, really make sure that we are doing what's best for all students to provide that feedback, really specific feedback on their learning, on skills, on standards. And so that's just something we want to continue to review, but continuing to involve all of our stakeholders in that process too.
I have one more question. How would the standards change depending on if a student has an IEP or 504?
So that's a very good question, Paulina. The standards wouldn't necessarily change, but with students with IEPs, there's a lot of factors. We look at the goals within their IEPs, but we want to make sure that they also have exposure to grade level curriculum, and then we're also making accommodations and providing that support as needed too.
Okay. So by the standards not changing, they would just remain the same. So if someone couldn't reach that standard because of they're not, for example, they're not able to read very well, how would that affect their grade?
So we still need to continue to do that, whether it's standards reference learning or not. If the students aren't reaching those skills, we need to still provide opportunities for practice. For example, if we're looking even at a whole class, we have to look at that too to see if we have, if we need to reteach as a whole class, or if we need to reteach and differentiate for groups of students. So that feedback is still really important. So even though the 4s, 3s, 2, and 1s go away, we still have to make sure that we're targeting key standards. And as we've been doing through this process, through standards reference learning, the one thing that has happened across content areas is prioritization of standards. And so that's something that will still play an essential part, that we're making sure that we have really focused learning for our students. And that's also being considered as we adopt new resources and align those as well.
Okay. How do you translate the letter grades to the numbers? Because there's like 5 letter grades, but there's 4 numbers.
What I can do and I can share with everyone is there is a specific, for example, a 3 could still be an A minus. So when we put this into place, there was a conversion chart with that as well.
So there's like where can I find the conversion chart?
I'll share that out.
Okay.
Yeah,
thank
it should have been, trying to think when it was. I know when I met with the UHS roundtable on October 5th, Principal Guzman did share that out, I believe October 6th, to families, but that's something that, you know, I can share again.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyone else? Go ahead, Robbie, please.
Yeah, I think this might be map testing week. Maybe it's next week, I don't know. Yeah, map testing week is the preamble to finals week. Good luck, high schoolers. But my question is, all this talk of standards, a lot of times people are maybe interchanging incorrectly or correctly the state average on the map testing to the standard. I mean, so is there, you know, if your number for like English language arts is that what the state number is, does that mean you're doing good? Or is meeting the standard, or is the standard something else completely? It's apples and oranges.
2 different tools when you're looking at the way we're looking at standards reference learning and then looking at map assessment, and then you have IER. But when we look at MAP 2, that is a predictor for an Illinois assessment of readiness as well. But part of the reason when you look at all of this, and we heard about grade inflation this evening, you know, have traditional practices. I guess the question is, do we see that our traditional practices that we've used has that aligned with how our students perform on our state report card or our SAT? You know, so those are all or our AP testing. So we want to make sure. That's why standards reference learning, when properly implemented, can provide really specific feedback on where students are at that hopefully will, as we went through that process, align to all those other measures. Hope that helps somewhat answer that question.
Yeah, no, I was just wanting to clarify that those are 2 different things, because there are some people who are thinking, well, if you're not at the state average, then you're not meeting the standard, so you should be getting below a C, you know.
And it's important that I have to say too that we use multiple measures for our students. We wouldn't want to only use IER and that be the end-all be-all when that's one assessment once a year. That's why it's important that we have MAP that's 3 times a year, and we look at a lot of different pieces to inform decision making.
Well, then on another maybe not so straightforward question, let's say the map testing for the winter shows marked improvement from the fall. Then should we be able to say, hey, everybody learned a lot more than they thought they did? Good job, guys.
We would hope so, but we'd want to continue to look at it again across multiple measures, you know, from point A, B to C.
So, So you kind of answered, I think, the question I was just going to pose, which is the question that gets posed to me by friends and parents is, what problem is the district attempting to solve by the implementation of standards reference learning? And it sounds like, you can correct me if I'm wrong, what we found is that our current grading system does not correlate well to the test measures we get both from MAP and from IRL and from SAT. So this is an attempt to provide us with a feedback mechanism during regular day-to-day grading in classroom that does correlate with the test data that we report to the report card.
Correct. I could go on and on and on about this. For example, when we make decisions for extended learning, summer school, and you're looking at progress towards mastery on a standard, traditionally a student, and if they did not pass that course, they perhaps would have to have a whole semester of seat time, versus if you are looking at mastery from on a specific standard, it may mean that that student, you know, would only have to have the time necessary for one standard instead of multiple when you're taking a look at that.
So the follow-up question I have is there a way of solving that problem but sticking with the traditional grading system?
There's still some things that could be considered. I mean, again, and I shared this with the problem-solving collective team, is when you're reporting grades in our student information system in Skyward, we would not be reporting those by general topics, but we continue to do that by standards, so we can see that, and you can still have a letter grade attached to that. I think many of the concepts of standards-based grading, standards reference learning, we can still practice, such as providing multiple forms of feedback, frequent feedback to students, providing really clear rubrics, again, tied to standards for their learning, common assessment. So many of the things that are best practice with the direction we're going, those can still be done. And we need to still develop that. And that'll be a consideration as we focus on many of the initiatives that are necessary and really looking at our school calendars. And we hear about professional development. That's always been a challenge when is finding time, because there's not enough time in the day. And so we'll continue to need to be creative with that as we look at our calendar for next year.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone else, any questions, comments? All right, thank you very much, Dr. Norton. Our last topic tonight is about the Tier 1 Intensive Core Instruction Model. Dr. Aubrey Tatum.
Okay, so John is flipping. So I am going to walk through a presentation that was shared last Monday, I believe, with our instructional coaches, district-wide, and literacy interventionists. It is called A Call to Action, and I just kind of kept that as the title for the board presentation as well, because the whole purpose of my conversation with them was really to put forth a need and also to outline a plan of action, which we need our instructional coaches and our literacy interventionists, who are some of our most experienced, strongest master teachers in the district, to help us move forward with improving outcomes for kids, which we basically was part of the crux of our standard reference learning initiative, is to make sure that we have a better way of showing what our students know, understand, and are able to do. And right now, what our student data is telling us is that we have a long way to go in terms of improving outcomes for our students. So this is called a call to action for that reason. I presented this to them to say we need them to kind of help us move forward. So this is all phrased under the umbrella of why, what, and how. And so I'll ask everybody to kind of bear with me, because we do kind of have to talk about the why a little bit first before we get into the how. and I know the how is where everybody really probably has most of the questions that we don't have every single answer to tonight. We're kind of building the how with our teachers and with our principals and people impacted by this, but the why and why we can't wait another year to continue to make really hard decisions, which we just had a conversation about dual language, right? We've been talking about that for 18 months, and we need to move our why forward in a lot of areas, and this is one. So you can go back, John, to the... So USD 116 students deserve and have the right to a high-quality education that prepares them for success. And that is every single student in every single classroom throughout this district. And so that is the why. And that is what we're charged to do. That's what I'm charged to do. Every administrator, every principal, every teacher, every support staff member, everyone in our district, this is why we're here, to make sure that we're preparing our kids for success. So I wish I had the clicker. That might help, and I don't know. It may or may not. So the way we think, the way we act and communicate, literally every decision, and do I point it to? You don't have to point it. Oh, yay. Okay, perfect. Thanks, John. The way we think, the way we act, the decisions we make are all made to ensure our students are excelling and learning. So at the beginning of the year, on opening day, I had lots of conversations, and I've been going and visiting schools, spending a lot of time walking the buildings, specifically at elementary, a little more this year than I have been able to in the past. I've spent a lot of my time and energy at our secondary campuses the last 2 years. And now I am really focused on, we have a strong team, and every time I talk about this plan, I have to give kudos to our new high school administrative leadership team there, because it has allowed myself and Dr. Norton and some other people to really go back into our elementary spaces and really help support some systems and things that need to be shored up at elementary, and this is one of them. So when I started as superintendent in 2019, having left the district and come back after 2 years, this was an issue when I left in 2017 and when I came back, is we have some real issues in our Tier 1, which is our universal curriculum. So if you remember, one of my very first superintendent goals was we need curriculum. We need to have tools and strategies in our teachers' hands to help them navigate teaching. We started off with math. We started having conversations about a new math curriculum, and then COVID came. And we had to kind of pause that as we were remote learning for over a year. So as soon as we were back in spaces again, we started that conversation again around math. We intentionally started with math because math is a gatekeeper, and I just strongly believe it is a gatekeeper for a lot of our students being able to graduate as successful high school students and, of course, make it to the next level to go to college. So math was our first curriculum adoption area, knowing that we would be moving to talking about ELA, our English Language Arts curriculum, our Spanish Language Arts curriculum next. Those things all take time. It isn't something that you can do in just 2 or 3 months. There are lots of conversations that have to go into that. So I just wanted to say this isn't something that we just started talking about. We have been talking about the need for a Tier 1 universal curriculum in this district for now going on 5 years. So we're in year 1 implementation of math. We adopted illustrative math last year. And we will be adopting an English language arts / Spanish language arts curriculum. Unfortunately, they don't make them in French. But we are only looking at curricular that we know will have a strong Spanish component for our students. So I have been visiting schools and talking about the why and what's our purpose. So post-pandemic, here we are. All of our systems are stressed. We're seeing significant learning recouping that needs to happen academically. We're having significant behavioral challenges at every single level. Social emotional needs are very high. There are student engagement concerns around student learning, which I think was also one of the things that SRL was meant to address, right? If I know what I'm learning, if I know why I'm learning it, if I know and understand what it means, then hopefully I'll be more engaged in my learning. Because we have seen a high level of disengagement across the board. And I added this part about 2023 students. Our current systems and the way we do school and the students that we see in front of us in 2023 are very different from the students that we saw pre-pandemic and in recent years. So more about the why. Our students are currently in crisis, academically and behaviorally. Ravi brought up MAP data, which I'm going to be sharing some, and IAR data. Prior to IAR data, we were talking about PARC data, and we've been talking about all the different standardized tests and just the different ways that we have been determining whether our students are making academic progress. And unfortunately, in some of our schools and some of our subgroups, we have students who year after year after year are making no growth. And what is more troubling, in recent years, post-pandemic, we have students that are not only not growing, they're losing learning during the school year. So Ravi brought up our winter benchmark. We have seen last year that there are students who started at the first benchmark point at one point, and then at some point during the year, whether it is winter benchmark or at the end of the year, they've made no growth or they lost growth. So we want to jump in and just show you some data now. That's, I think, a huge part of our why, and why now, and why do we need to do something pretty drastic. So this chart shows our ELA, stands for English Language Arts, for public people that are watching. This is public data we've been talking about from our school report card. So this chart basically shows the district is on top compared to the state for the last 5 years of our IAR data, which is the standardized test that every student in the state of Illinois takes. It's normed, it's comparative, and if you go to our report card, this is the data that you'll see. So I just wanted to kind of explain what this chart means. So you'll see at the bottom there's a 0. The light green are students who have met a standard. We've been talking a lot about standards tonight, right, with standards reference learning. So that is students who have met a standard in English language arts. The English language art tests measures the student's ability to read, how fluent they are as a reader, and their ability to write. The darker green color, kind of that forest green, are students in our district who have exceeded the standards set before, set by the state. Everything on the left side of the 0, the yellow, the orange, and the red are students that are not meeting, and red are students that are the lowest performing, basically. So if you look at this in comparison to from 2019, this data basically means that in 2019, 81, almost 82% of our students were not proficient in their English language arts skills. In 2023, 89% of our students were not proficient in their English language arts skills. Math, again, you'll see as we go through these slides why we started with the math adoption, right? Our math scores are a little even more troubling. So for math, if you look at 2019, 84.5% of our students, this is all students, are not proficient in math, were not in 2019. In 2023, 91.5 of our students are not proficient in math in 2023. So our most recent IAR score data. And you can see where we line up relative to the rest of the state. So at the bottom of this slide, now we're going to kind of look at a specific grade level. I specifically chose 3rd grade because in most spaces in our community, you know, when people talk about national norms, everyone really looks at 3rd grade data because 3rd grade is that year where is that predictor year of how successful a student is going to be in their future schooling. So the bottom chart, which the colors very much align with the IAR charts that you see on our school report card, this is MAP data. So the test that we take 3 times a year. We just said, right, we're in our 2nd assessment of MAP. We did the first MAP scoring. Our first benchmark was at the beginning of the school year. So this is beginning of the school year data. We don't have data that we're not comparing the same thing that we have right now. So if you look at just our 3rd graders, this is all 3rd graders. If we look at their IAR data at the top, 86.6% of our 3rd graders were not proficient in 2019. However, in 2023, 92% of our 3rd graders are not reading, writing, listening, fluency, all of that at a 3rd grade level in 2023. And also to note, we have 0 3rd graders that exceeded the standard in our district for 2023. MAP, the reason we chose MAP as our benchmarking system is it is supposed to be a good predictor for future success in other standardized testing areas, so specifically for IAR. So if you look at our MAP data at the bottom, 81% of our 3rd graders were not proficient in ELA in 2023, and that is our fall data at the beginning of this year. Okay. So math, very similar. All students, and I'm going to go through this a little quicker in the next couple slides, but I just wanted to make sure everyone knew what they were looking at. So at the top, 3rd grade, 81.5% of our 3rd graders were not proficient in math in 2019, and 88.9, basically, and 89% of our 3rd graders are not proficient in ELA. So if you look at MAP data, our MAP data pretty much aligns with that as well. 84% of our 3rd graders were not proficient in math at the beginning of the year. So I'm going to go through a few subgroup slides here really quickly, still staying with 3rd grade. If you look at our black students, 92% of our black students in 3rd grade are not proficient in 2023. And at the bottom, 93% of our black students in 3rd grade are not proficient in ELA. Math, 98.5% of our 3rd graders for IAR were not proficient in math. And at the start of the year, 96% of our black 3rd grade students were not proficient in math. So the reason I'm showing you this, it leaves a huge hole in my stomach every night. I hear you guys sighing around me. We have been living with this data since it was released in October. And just the fact that we are having this conversation and to this sense of urgency is our students are telling us they need something different. That's why we're having this conversation tonight. English learners, 97% of our 3rd grade students on the IAR not proficient and 0 exceeded. It's harder, much harder to make those same charts for the MAP data, but if anyone wants that, it would have taken us a little more time to do that. We can give you that. So these next few slides just has the IAR data. So for math, 93% of our 3rd graders not proficient. And the reason I'm highlighting 2019 is because one of the things that I've heard when I've been having conversations with people is everyone wants to point the finger at the pandemic. The reason I'm sharing with you 2019 data is we can clearly see pre-pandemic we were also having very similar issues. So these next 2 slides, our 3rd grade students with IEPs, For ELL, 96.6% of our third graders not proficient. 93.3% of our third graders not proficient in math. So I did receive a few questions as I've been talking with teachers and kind of going out to our buildings, having these conversations, just to kind of give the board more perspective around, well, what was happening before 2019, right? When we switched to this IAR test, maybe it's the test that is part of the issue. Well, if we go back and look at the park data, which predated IAR in the state of Illinois, you can also see as a district, if you compare our data with the rest of the state in 2018, if we just look at that, 81% of our students were not proficient, and 72% of our students, this is the year Park started, was in 2015. So as the years have gone on, and Kim talked about this when she talked about the report card, the target continues to move, the gap continues to get wider, and where we had more students exceeding and meeting, that number has drastically gotten smaller and smaller over the years. Same thing for our white students. Now, if you look at this, you will see a lot more meeting and exceeding during the park years compared to our black students. A lot less meeting and exceeding. So basically, the point of showing you these slides is really to talk to you about the fact that we need something different. There's more data in here. I'll share this out with you guys again. We included one school sample of growth and achievement on maps, so you can kind of see how we arrive at that data. I know Kim talked a lot during the fall report card presentation about proficiency score report data. If you're interested in digging down into that data a little more, we've got the links there. And then the summative designation summary, like how were we all designated, how were our schools designated and why. The presentation is linked there, and I know there were some people who actually opened that over the weekend and looked at that presentation again. And here are the summative designations. So just as a reminder, we have a couple schools on here who have been designated for 5 years since the designation started. Our newer designated schools, Leo this year for targeted, and Yankee Ridge moved to comprehensive. But our students need more than what we're giving them right now. One of the requirements with Dr. Williams being designated as intensive is they have way more requirements through the State Board of Education. One of the requirements is they initially came to us and said, we need them in an ELA, SLA curriculum immediately. And we shared, well, we're in the middle of an adoption. We're going to be making a decision very soon. We don't want Dr. Williams doing something different from the rest of the district, so they said that they would allow us to kind of continue on through this adoption process. But their expectation is that we are putting a formal evidence-based, research-based curriculum in the hands of our students as soon as we possibly can. Not just at Dr. Williams, but that needs to be at all of our K-8 schools. So what does this mean for new teachers and long-term subs? We have talked to you a lot this year about, and last spring, about the number of vacancies that we have and the number of long-term subs that we have. So why is it important that we are adopting a core curriculum for math and ELA? Well, one reason is we need our new teachers to have a research-based, evidence-based core curriculum because they need that. It is so hard right now to be a teacher in classrooms with all the different things that they're dealing with, which we saw on that other slide, the behavioral challenges, the mental health needs, the social emotional learning needs that our students are bringing with them every day. The least we can do is give them a roadmap and give them a curriculum that provides tools and strategies and things that have been vetted by experts to help them teach math and ELA. especially for our 51 new teachers, and definitely for our 60 long-term subs who aren't even certified teachers. And every time we talk about our long-term subs, I say we have some amazing folks in these classrooms, but they're not trained educators. And so the fact that they work as hard as they do and do as much as they do on a daily basis, just think of how much better that the outcomes for kids would be if we were giving them an evidence-based core curriculum with some support, which we're going to talk about here in a few minutes. So just to give the board perspective on why this is a call to action and why this is such a drastic need right now, we have 19 new classroom teachers at elementary. That's across all 5 buildings, 28 long-term subs. So that's 28 classrooms where students aren't being taught by a trained educator. At the middle school level, we have 12 new classroom teachers and 16 long-term subs just at UMS. That is huge that we have 16 people in classrooms at UMS who are doing the very best that they can to provide high teaching and learning with the curriculum that they have right now. So in order to improve the level of academic rigor and increase high expectations for every single student in our schools, they deserve to have a core curriculum, and they deserve to have a universal tier 1 system that supports everyone. So a part of our why is all of that student data that I just shared with you. Our data, our why, is telling us that our students need something different to support their academic needs. Our sense of urgency around this is one of the most important things that I think we're focusing on. I know we've been talking a lot about student standards reference learning. We're talking about redistricting. We're talking about a one school dual language model, all of those things. But until we shore up the universal core curriculum that we're putting in front of our students, none of it matters if our students aren't coming to school and being taught with practices and curriculum and interventions that are going to help them be better readers, better writers, better mathematicians. So what is the what? I know one of our board members asked some questions about why these slides were in here, and this information is just as an FYI. So if people have been hearing about the comprehensive literacy plan forthcoming from the State Board of Education, it really is not going to be something that we're going to be able to run copies, train people, and hand it to teachers and say, this is what you're going to be teaching for the next few years. ISBE's plan is more of that. It's like a roadmap. It really is a plan. It's a rubric that districts can use to help them evaluate the curriculum that they're selecting. All of the curriculum that we need to look at, not only should it be evidence-based, which I've already mentioned, it should be culturally inclusive, and also include some of the science of reading practices moving forward. It's a template for districts to develop a comprehensive literacy plan, and the ISBE plan is going to give us additional ways that we can take these evidence-based practices and put some coaching and some modeling and things like that in place in our classrooms. So I thought this slide was very telling, because one thing that the ISBE comprehensive plan reinforces is basically what I just said to you right now tonight. The purpose of the plan is to identify the supports and resources, which is what we're currently talking about in terms of adopting a new curriculum, to ensure that every single student, whether they're black, white, brown, purple, doesn't matter, that every kid in our district receives an appropriate evidence-based literacy instruction. The areas, and this again is also for our public, is that not only do our students receive that, is we continue to focus on supporting our teachers and our educators. We are talking about ways that we're going to train our educators on the new curriculum. We're talking about professional development, making sure that everyone has the ability to take this curriculum and then implement it with fidelity. And we don't want to forget about our administrators, who we're expecting to be the instructional leaders to help lead this work. The ISB plan also outlines ways that we can create, maintain, and make sure that we're creating sustainable conditions for high quality evidence-based instruction. So how are we planning to do this as a district? So change is always hard. Change is a process. But I think everybody in this room knows the definition of insanity. We looked at data all the way back to 2015. We cannot continue to do the same thing that we've been doing with our students and expect different results. And I'll say that again. We can't continue our same teaching, instruction, all the things that we've been doing in Urbana and expect to see that our students are just drastically going to, in Ravi's example, take the benchmark testing in September, and then we see these huge shifts and improvements between now and then, unless we do some things drastically differently in our district. None of us think that this Tier 1 plan that we're getting ready to talk about here is going to change things overnight. We recognize that we're going to be building a foundation for learning with our math curriculum, with our ELA curriculum, Spanish language arts curriculum, that is going to build a foundation for students for many years to come. But we can't talk about this for the next year or two, and we need to do something now. So in an effort to ensure that all of our students receive that high quality instruction, as I started this presentation with the call to action from our most experienced, strongest educators and teachers, leaders, we need to do some things differently with restructuring roles and responsibilities. Right now, some of our most veteran, high capacity folks are not working in classrooms every day. They're doing great things like instructional coaching, modeling. Our Title I literacy interventionists are amazing people who have done great things over the years with kids. But as you can see from our data, the students that they pull out with and that they might see in their spaces, that's not translating back to the classroom. That's not translating back to every single kid is benefiting from the way we've structured our Tier 2, Tier 3 supports. So I've been saying this a lot, and I know I put this in an email, and board members probably were like, what does that mean? So we have been Tier 2 and Tier 3ing our way out of a Tier 1 problem. So that just means we have been using our Title I folks, we've been using our special education educators to work with small groups of students and pulling students out to work in their, whether they're working in the Title I room or in a special ed room. I told the teachers when I talked about this, the magic happens, right, back in those spaces when they work with small groups of students, but unfortunately, that magic isn't translating back to the classroom for just the everyday student. So when our students are pulled, it's really hard as a Title I person when you look at the data and you've got all these kids in the red, right? If you think about that chart I showed you with all those long bars of red and orange and yellow, they're pulling kids from way in the red to go and work with them. But when you think about it, what about they are only able to take a few kids from each grade level? So if we have our most experienced, strongest folks working with a small number of students from each grade level, what about all the other students in the red that aren't getting that additional support or aren't getting that additional support through Tier 2, Tier 3, which is why our universal core curriculum is just so critical right now. So the how, this is the part we've been waiting for, is our instructional coaching roles and our literacy interventionist roles moving forward for the next year are going to go away. We're going to reassign those people to positions that they're licensed to teach, whatever it might be. It might be, I might have a teaching certificate to teach at elementary. I might be a regular classroom teacher. I might be a special education teacher, just whatever their licenses basically say they're licensed to teach, but then we really strongly want to encourage those folks to apply for new positions that we are bringing forward. We don't have job descriptions ready yet. We had an initial meeting with the union to talk about this plan. And we basically said, hey, we need to get this out. It's November. We need to start talking about this. We can't wait another year to just sit around and kind of admire our data and admire the problem and talk about these issues for not another year. We need to do something about it. So we felt like it was more important to get in front of the teachers and administrators. I've been going from school to school. I've been to two schools since this initial meeting, and I plan to go to every single one. And really talk about what this is going to look like. I've been getting feedback from every meeting that I've had has been really informative. The questions that the teachers have been great. So I walk out of each one of those meetings with something else that I think is going to strengthen this model even further. But what our focus is going to be is we will be adopting a core curriculum. This is going to be huge for Urbana. So for people who hear us talk about the Urbana way, we've never had a boxed, so when I say a core curriculum, I mean a boxed curriculum. So we're working with some publishing companies right now, looking at samples. We are going to spend millions of dollars to do this, just like we did with the illustrative math. And thankfully we have ESSER money, which is what that money was given to us to do. The state gave us that ARPA money, recognizing that districts were going to have to do some really drastic things to get their students performing where they need to be. And one of the things that Urbana doesn't have and has never had is a core boxed literacy curriculum. We've used a lot of different models over the years. Most recently, we've used our balanced literacy framework. I was a teacher who taught through a balanced literacy framework. It is really, really hard as a new teacher. It takes a lot of planning, a lot of support, and that's one of the reasons why we're seeing this struggle over the years is it takes a really high capacity, a lot of training, ongoing training to make something like that work. So we are at the point where we just need to rip off the Band-Aid and we are going to adopt something. And that's going to be hard for a lot of our staff members. The Urbana way has always been that we have left a lot of decisions in the classroom level in the hands of our teachers to make those decisions about what their students need on a day-to-day basis. That's going to continue, right? Our classroom teachers are the experts. They know their students better than we do, and we're not in classrooms every day. But for the students who are not successful in that model, which we saw a lot of red, yellow, and orange, right? Those students need more than what we've been giving them. So we will be adopting a core curriculum. And part of that curriculum adoption is we need people to support this full-on curriculum adoption in the classroom. So moving forward, we're going to be moving to a co-teaching model. So what does that mean? So that means our classrooms at the elementary, middle school, specifically will have co-teachers in spaces with them for Tier 1 instruction. Tier 1 instruction is just literacy and math. All the other subject areas are really important, but if you can't read and write and be a mathematician, then none of the other things really matter, right? So we currently have 32 of those positions, coaching positions, instructional, the interventionists at the elementary level. We have coaches at the middle school and high school level. So all of those positions are going to be consolidated into one grouping. We're going to reassign those folks that currently do those roles. And then we're going to open up new positions that are going to just focus just on core literacy and math. And they will be working in classrooms. So we're going to design master schedules that are intentionally focused on a literacy block and a math block. And these Tier 1 intensive teachers are going to push into classrooms and be another person in the room helping to deliver that instruction. We're bringing in training from the whatever curriculum we decide to adopt. And because the folks who currently are our coaches and instructional specialists are experts at this, right? They also are going to need training because everyone's going to be starting at ground zero with this new curriculum because it's going to be new to everyone. So having a co-teacher in the room with our new teachers, our subs, and even our veteran staff members is going to be critical since we're all going to be learning something new together. So here are the qualifications. I don't need to talk about that as much with you guys. The other position that is also going to be extremely critical, and we'll also do some co-teaching, is the curriculum implementation teacher. This person is going to be a person that we're going to rely on a lot to really help make sure the curriculum is being delivered with fidelity. We're going to rely on them to be our data person. Right now, there are not a lot of conversations happening in our buildings around data. And yes, are some of those conversations happening in some spaces? For sure. But is it happening across the board as it should be? No. So we need to make sure that every single person is looking at formative assessment data. They're looking at where their students are. There are conversations around what our students need, where they need to grow, what they need to do next. And those conversations will be built in for next year. We're going to rely on this person to really be the glue with the principals side by side to really help us move this initiative forward. There are also going to be people that we're going to rely on for professional development. So do we expect that we're going to adopt this curriculum in the spring, and then our teachers are going to walk in on the first day of school and know how to walk through everything step by step? Absolutely not. So there's going to have to be ongoing professional development all year long. We're already starting to plan professional development for the summer, and what are some additional training opportunities, because we really want staff to get those materials in their hands as soon as we can, and then really have time to digest all of the new learning and new information that they're going to have moving forward. And then this last position is a little more specialized. So I talked to you about Tier 1. That's the core. Tier 1 is what every single student in our district should get for core literacy and math. Then Tier 2 is kind of what our Title I folks have been doing for years and years and years and years and years, and doing it really well, but again, doing it with a small group of kids and not every kid. So now Tier 2 is going to be happening in the classrooms because the co-teachers are going to be pushing in. There are going to be a lot of opportunities in the classrooms during those literacy blocks to help double dose, is what we call it, like to work with students who they don't get it the first time, they need it the second time, or they need it a third time. Well, this group is for our students who the core instruction is not enough, right? Like what I get every day from my classroom teacher and my new co-teacher is not going to be enough, even if I get it once or twice. So this Tier 3 level is when you think about that triangle for learning and behavior, is the tippy top of the triangle. So these are the students who sometimes are being evaluated for an IEP that may end up needing special services. And so at all 3 levels, K-5, UMS, and UHS, we need to have a person who is progress monitoring those students, really spending time with them day to day and week to week for several weeks to determine what their special needs really are. And I already talked about professional development. So we are already coming up with a plan for what that Tier 1 core level of professional development is going to look like. I already mentioned we're just in year 1 of illustrative. Is everyone feeling like they're a master in teaching illustrative math right now? Absolutely not. Everybody is still learning math, so that is another area that while we are shifting to English language arts and Spanish language arts next year, it doesn't mean we can forget about the fact that we need to continue to have professional development in our math curriculum as well. And this last bullet is something that a lot of the teachers that I've been meeting with are really interested in hearing, like, how's the district going to help us with this? Because if I'm a Title I teacher, I've been taking students back to my room in a group of 3 or 4 by myself for years and years and years and years. And now I'm going to be in a classroom with maybe 20 students with another teacher. What does that look like? And not everybody is natural, right? I've never co-taught, but people that I've seen who have done it well, it takes a very specific skill set to be a co-teacher. There's a lot of planning involved, but luckily, thankfully, we built the structures. We have the collaboration time built in at elementary. We have the collaboration time built in at middle school. We just need to get our buildings back to really functioning like professional learning communities and having those conversations about student data. So we're going to provide some very specific co-teaching skill development for our staff members, because I think that's something that they're a little worried about. Another thing that they're worried about is the fact that they are going to kind of have to apply for these positions. We are going to post them in January and invite every group that I go and talk to, I am inviting them to please apply. We want all of our master teachers to apply for this. We're also going to be inviting some of our classroom teachers to apply for these positions, because we have some classroom teachers that get it done. They know what to do. Their students in certain pockets are making lots of growth. Now, is it ideal to pull out a classroom teacher that is like phenomenal at this? Maybe not in some cases, but for some of those folks, they are going to be great co-teachers. Who better to hear, this is how you need to do it, from somebody who has been doing it and doing it really well. So we're hoping that some of our just regular classroom teachers will apply for these positions as well. So this is just kind of part of the beginning of some significant restructuring that we need to do as a district. Before we can get into our strategic planning in April, there are a lot of intentional conversations that we need to have, not just about student achievement, but about student discipline. We're seeing some real needs in terms of improving our systems around discipline at all levels. MTSS is our multi-tier system of supports. So Beth Ladd, who took over for Todd Taylor as the Executive Director of Special Services, we've been having small group conversations with our psychologists and some of our other people who really help put the interventions and supports in place for our students. And we also anticipate that our special education teachers are part of this. So we had a similar model at King years ago, and we called it like the swarm, right? So we swarm a grade level, and everyone would push into a grade level to support kids. The classroom teachers would be there, Title I teachers, and special education teachers. We really feel like the more we can provide grade level content in the classroom and not all as pull out is really going to help us move our core curriculum forward. The part 3 of this, well, and I should also say part of phase 2 is we've been having some very intentional conversations at the central office level around restructuring some of our administrative positions to make everyone accountable for Tier 1 learning. So we're talking about every single position, every single layer of support, whether you're an assistant soup or you're a director or you're a coordinator. Everyone has a role to play in this initiative moving forward, and how are we all going to make sure we're committed to making sure that our students are learning the core standards that they need to be learning to be successful. And the third part of this, as I've been going out and talking to folks, is student discipline is really, really hard right now. And that is, I think, one of the biggest challenges that our classroom teachers are facing, our principals are facing, and we recognize that we are not going to be able to change all of those needs that students are bringing with them to school. We're going to do what we can from 8 to 3 to put better systems in place to make sure that we're providing the supports for teachers to manage the behavior. But we need this community, Urbana, and we need our parents and our families to get behind us and help us figure out how we're going to improve this. It's not something we can do by ourselves, and it is a national issue right now. But I think Urbana can figure this out, and we can figure out a way that through our strategic planning that we're going to be doing hopefully really soon, how can everybody in this community help our students with some of these challenges. Absenteeism is something that we are struggling with. I was meeting with some teachers today, and one of the teachers shared with me, out of the 20 students in the class, 5 of them have missed almost 18 days of school. That's a lot of learning. And they are trying all kinds of things and doing everything they can to get students to school. But we need to have some real serious conversations around how we're going to address absenteeism moving forward. And we need our families to be at the table to have those conversations with us. So, again, this was shared with our literacy interventionists and our coaches. They have done amazing work, amazing work, and touched so many students over the years. But right now, we need to shift their expertise in a different way to help us support this next wave of students coming forward right now that bring all these challenges to us, right? We need curriculum to help us move to the next level, so we really can provide 21st century learning skills to our students. Once we hire all these folks, I'm really going to encourage them to be part of the strategic planning process, because with their guidance and their knowledge and expertise, we hope to be able to set some goals, right? Like that, all that data I showed you about MAP, we need to be able to say, okay, by fall of 2024, we want our students to make this much growth in math and literacy, and then do whatever we can to strive to meet those levels. I kept this quote on here. I was tempted to take it off, but I thought, you know what, I'm going to leave it because we need to talk about this at the board level too. The secret of change is to focus all of our energy not on fighting the old, but on building the new. I know it feels like there are a lot of new things, a lot of initiatives, and a lot of things happening, but these are things that are not new things. We're bringing forward new solutions and new ways to address old problems. So our core learning deficits are not new, and unfortunately the pandemic only made them worse. So we need to really shift our thinking to talking about what are we going to do that's new and better. So questions and comments, and or comments.
Board, student ambassadors, comments, questions. Who's first?
For like one of the first slides, I think,
Yeah.
well, more like middle beginning, it was like you showed the difference between like how successful in meeting the standards black students were from white students. And I was wondering if you got any other like data from other races, like Hispanics, Asians, etc.
Sure. So we didn't go down that far, or else we would have been talking about it forever. So we pulled out some of the biggest need areas. And so right now our black students, are you talking about the third grade data? Yeah. So our black students need the most support, our ELLs, and our students with special needs. So our ELLs are basically our Hispanic students.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah.
What does ELL stand for?
English language learners.
Okay.
Yep.
So like English as a second language. Okay.
Yep.
They're mostly Hispanic, but like what are other common races that are ELL?
So we have a lot of ELLs across the district. So like at King, we have Pashto speakers, and we have Mandarin speakers, and we have a lot of other emergent bilingual groups. But our Spanish speakers are the largest group where we have data. So we don't, if the size of the student group is not big enough, if we don't have enough students, then we don't get data for those students. So we just have to rely on the data that they collect at the building level. And we have map data. It just doesn't, we can't pull that out. Like, we can't pull out, like, here are Pashto speakers and show you a nice, pretty chart like that. We would have to go through and kind of pull that out, like, by student, so they can do that at the school level. But the state doesn't report that data unless the group is large enough to have a real data sample.
Okay. I've heard from like some students and a teacher that like map testing at this time of the year, so close to finals, was really hard for everyone because they're trying to like teach us all the information that's left over the year. So they were wondering if we could have map testing at a different possible time next semester.
So we've had our benchmark testing at different times. So we've tried it before break and we've tried it after break. And so I think when we did it after break, the results were even worse because students were home for winter break. And kind of disengaged from school and learning, and then we come back and say, hey, it's time to do testing. And so it almost is a really hard time to do it, whether it's before break or after. But I don't know, I'm looking at Dr. Norton. I don't know if she wants to add anything to that. But
yeah, and you just have to allow enough time between fall to winter to spring.
So is there like a place you can do it that's like before finals, or like before the week before finals? Because like a lot of people were concerned about that. Like it's just like really hard to fit everything in.
Yeah, we continue to evaluate it, but yeah, we can definitely take that feedback.
Okay, thank you. Because a lot of people were worried. Thank you.
Yeah. I just love that Paulina is like always the first one to jump out with questions.
She has such good
Isn't
questions.
that awesome?
She's challenging us tonight.
Man.
Yeah, she's showing us board members up.
All right, board members, what questions do you guys have?
I have fun.
Sherry's got a list of questions. Okay,
You answered
Sherry.
most of them because I'm
Okay.
going through them. But regarding the training for teachers, is
Sure.
this done along grade level or is it done specifically at each school?
Oh,
So
good
if
question.
kindergarten teachers would all have the same, so they could share with each other
Sure.
and support each other.
So just for example, yesterday I mentioned that we're starting to bring in the professional development providers to kind of show us all the bells and whistles that they have to offer with their curriculum. So like we were in a room at UMS yesterday and they did 3 separate sessions for one of the curriculum that we're looking at. And what they do is kind of bring it all to you, right? They brought us the student anthology books, the student consumable books, the teacher edition book. And I think the most important thing right now is going to be training these people first. So one of the reasons we're doing this talking about this in November and not talking about it in March is we want to post these positions, get them hired so we can give them all of that training because these people are the folks we're going to rely on being in those classrooms co-teaching a lot of this. But for our regular classroom teachers, we will have the materials by the end of the year. Everyone will be able to check out, like here, come to pick up your stuff, load it all up, take it home for the summer. And just like what we did with illustrative last year, we had illustrative trainers come in. We provided summer PD, and we just had lots of sessions that people signed up for. I don't think it was specifically by grade level, right? It was just elementary, or yeah, maybe it was. Kim's going to talk about that.
You know, the main thing was we were just trying to reach as many educators as we could. So I think Paul asked this in previous meetings. I mean, we had Saturdays, we've had after schools, we've had summer, and overall with illustrative, with the teachers that were here last year, we had all trained but just a couple. So really pleased with that everyone really jumped on board.
One thing that this top bullet says, and I didn't even mention that, and I should have, is adjustments will be made to the 24-25 school calendar that you guys already approved. Unfortunately, we're going to bring it back to you with some updates. Kim is in the process of reaching out to people that were part of the calendar committee, and we have been kind of trying to front load as much of the training as we can to the beginning of the year. So Sherry a point that you made and Kim just made is we can provide all the PD that we want to in the summertime, but we can't mandate anybody to be there, and it's all voluntary. And so there's some teachers that are going to come in the summer and like just suck up like a sponge everything that we provide. Every session we offer, there's going to be people that come because they want to learn it all. But then there's some people who enjoy their summer and just like, nope, I'm not doing that in the summertime. And they are going to come in on the first day of school and be like, okay, now what am I supposed to be doing with this box you gave me in May, right? And so we're going to put as much PD as we can in August, the first couple days when we have our institute days. All of our staff development days at the beginning of the year are going to be very much focused on ELA and SLA. We can't forget about illustrative again because it's just the second year, so we need to continue to provide that. But for the first half of next year, our focus is really going to be English language arts and Spanish language arts. So.
Speak of the continuous or continuing education as they're using it going through
Yes.
the year. I mean, it'd be interesting to see if all the third grade teachers would get together so we could see hopefully that across the board in our district that everyone's trying to do everything the same way.
Absolutely.
Or sharing from each other with
Yep.
each other so that we can see those scores go up as well.
And in order to, that's the whole point of restructuring this in the way that we are, is we need everybody's focus on the fact that, you know, these curriculum they're really vetted. There are people all over the state. We've been looking at what other districts are using. So we only started with curriculum that we knew had a strong Spanish component. So we didn't look at anything that didn't provide ample Spanish resources. And unfortunately, a lot of these companies don't have anything in French. So we started there knowing we needed that firm foundation. But the whole point in having this curriculum is it needs to be implemented with fidelity. We need people to do it the way it was designed to be done. And not pick and choose the things that they like about it. That's always one of the hard things with a boxed curriculum is, you know, people want to insert all the things that they know work. And I think our veteran folks, that's going to be okay as long as you're teaching everything that you're supposed to be teaching. If you insert a little bit of your own nuances and a little bit of you and what you like to do that you know is effective, that's great. But we are really going to ask every single one of our teachers to implement this the way our consultants are going to come and tell us it needs to be implemented. Did I get all of your other questions? So Lali, I think, was first.
So first of all, thank you for getting all this together. I think it's something that we really need in our schools based on the data we have and the needs of the students, and also some of the students share what they need in there.
Sure.
My concern is that we know that it's hard to hire these teachers. So what is going to happen if you don't find people to apply for those positions, and if you are taking away the teachers from the classes?
Yes.
Regular teachers. Also, my second concern is you are talking about co-teaching. It means that it's going to be 2 teachers in a classroom. What's going to happen with the teacher assistants and the support that the IP students needs?
Sure.
And in the classes, especially with younger kids.
So, okay, I'm going to address your second question first. So I think the co-teaching is not going to be, we don't have enough people to assign to one person like for the whole day. So what we're going to do is we're going to take, we've got 25 positions maybe, and each building will get a certain number. So say, for instance, Dr. Williams might get like 6 people. Those 6 people are going to split up all the grade levels. So I might have kindergarten and second. One person might have third and fifth. One person might have first and fourth. And they're going to push into those grade levels specifically for literacy. So when all the phonics and reading groups and all that stuff is happening, and then they're going to push in for math. And then the rest of the day, those teachers will be doing all the stuff that they do and do really well. So the focus is really going to be having co-teachers in the room just for those 2 blocks of time, which means the teaching assistants are still going to be doing what they need to do. So like when kindergarten is in a literacy block, there are going to be 2 or 3 other grade levels that are not. And so you know, staff will be able to swarm in, support that grade level, while teaching assistants are going to be working in other grade levels. And the students who have IEPs who receive the minutes for having a teaching assistant, none of that changes. I mean, like, that teaching assistant might just come and be part of the literacy block with the student that they're working with during that time. So all of that is driven by what the students need on their IEPs. We have had a lot of conversations around retention and what, you know, what might happen if if we don't have enough people who want to do this. So I am encouraged that as I go through, and I don't know what happened, John, but I am encouraged that as I go and meet with each building and I'm able to answer their questions, I don't think there's one person who sat through this presentation last Monday and didn't feel the same like heaviness of seeing our data from our students. I just think it's just going to be a real shift for some of them who have been out of the classroom for 20 years or 20, you know, like some of our folks who do this have not been classroom teachers for a really, really long time. And so I think that is part of the nervousness that some of them are feeling and a little bit of the anxiety. But we're going to try to support them as much as we can along the way and help build their skills so they can do that. So I am hopeful and confident that we're going to have plenty of people to apply for these positions. And Angie is doing so many amazing things with the teacher vacancy grant. She and Peter have just been out recruiting, and I'm just really hopeful that all the sign-on bonuses and the things that we're doing with that funding that we got from the state is going to help us make sure that every single one of our classes is filled. That is my hope and my prayer. I don't know. But
My
yes.
other question, this is applied for all the levels from pre-K to
So, good question. So on the slide that the tier 1 positions are going to be very much across the board. So right now there's one instructional coach at early childhood. So there's going to be one position at early childhood. And of course it'll look very different there than it looks at the other levels. Most of the positions are going to be at elementary because that's where the most of them are right now. We have coaches at the middle school and high school, so those positions are no longer going to be coaches, but they will support in this way. So at the middle school, the curriculum that we adopt, we're looking at curriculum that are K-8 and that for literacy that could either be K-8 or K-12. So there is going to be ELA and Spanish language arts curriculum for UMS. And so they're going to be talking about the same things. It just looks different because it's on team, right? Not pushing into just one classroom at certain times. UHS, we have had lots of conversations with Mr. Guzman. They're doing some shoring up this year of systems for behavior. And now we need to put some supports at the high school level. We have a lot of students transitioning from the middle school to the high school who, like Paulina said, there's some students that can barely read, unfortunately, in our high schools. And so those positions will be working with some of those students in a really intentional way. Not like it's going to look at elementary because it's high school, so it has to look different, but they're going to also have positions. Gerber already has a position that co-teaches, so they have an instructional coach, and that's what she does primarily through the day is co-teaches. So her job won't change very much, but they're going to keep the position that they currently have at Gerber. Yep. Robbie?
So with the prior month's presentation on the Illinois report card, one of the things that was kind of disappointing to me was that I really wanted either yourself or Dr. Norton to say the report card is bad, we need to try to fix it. But I didn't really get that kind of ownership. But with this presentation, with the why, I think you have taken some ownership and acceptance of that, which is good. And I will also add that I don't think anybody anywhere will disagree with the why. I mean, it's very obvious something needs to be done to improve the education. The next question, though, or the question, is a few of these slides, I mean, you're mentioning evidence-based language arts curriculum. So by definition, the language arts curriculum that you're going to ultimately be adopting has data to support its use. The question that comes up amongst many is, how about this whole co-teaching model? You know, is there data elsewhere or anywhere that says that is successful on its own or more successful than the current model that we have?
Yeah, co-teaching is best practice, and there are a lot of districts that are using a co-teaching model. Maybe not as intensely as what we're going to be doing, but co-teaching is nothing new. We have people that have been co-teaching in our district for many, many years, specifically at the middle school and high school. It doesn't happen very often at elementary.
And then another question has to do with concerns in regards to retention and recruitment, in that you know, the words you used in the first half of the slides was reassigning. You know, but then at the end it is basically people are applying for positions. So the words I've received from elementary classroom teachers or reading interventionists and instructional coaches is that they basically feel like they're being fired and asked to apply for another job. And someone shared with me an email from the director of HR that's basically like, here's how I'll create a workshop to help you work on your resume and interview skills. You know, so it sounds like, I mean, from their perspective, regardless of what your intention is, from their perspective, they feel like they're getting the shaft.
So they are going to have to apply because we want to hold them accountable to doing this job, because it's going to be completely different from what they're doing right now. We tried to do some reimagining with instructional coaches last year. We rewrote the job description, not in such a drastic way, but we've received it has not gone as smoothly as we would have liked, and we don't see that reimagining that we did is making a significant change for student outcomes for kids. So because we are basically asking people to do a whole new job, not every single person is interested in doing this, because I've asked everyone who has come to me or that I've met with to really reflect on what this job is going to be, because it is going to be very different. And so we want people to go into this eyes wide open and understand the expectations moving forward, and understand the sense of urgency that is around this. And so, yeah, we are, and one of the reasons people receive that email from the director of HR is I have talked to several teachers who said, I have not been on a job interview in 20 years, right? And so we want to kind of relieve some of that anxiety and make sure that they know that it isn't so much about whether you have a resume that is going to be able to compete with some 21-year-old that just came out of college. It's more so we want them to be able to come to the table and talk about their strengths, talk about why they want to do this, and talk about what is going to be best for our kids and what they can do to help us move student learning forward. So yeah, we are asking everybody to go into this understanding what they're signing up for.
I mean, given that, I would not be surprised if there's a lot of people that are using this as an opportunity to look elsewhere, and you have described them as the master teachers of the district and such. So it's a very, you know, valuable asset that could be lost in this process. So, but the other question I asked you over the weekend on email was about the financial implications. You said you cannot answer that until you know how many people are actually being basically rehired. And versus going elsewhere, but there is I mean, from the board level, we have to just at least be aware the costs of the new curriculum.
The curriculum is going to be paid out of ESSER.
Is this a status quo, you know, salary shift?
Sure.
Or is it a boost, or is it a drop?
So it probably won't be much of a change, because every teacher who is put back in the classroom, nobody's salary is going to change. So their job responsibilities will change. So if I make $100,000 doing what I do right now, when I go teach in a classroom, I'm still going to make $100,000. The difference is going to be how many people, like we're taking all those positions and just reallocating them in this way. So again, I think there's some folks who are going to just go back to classrooms, which that's not a bad thing, because that helps us fill a vacancy that we might not have to fill now. But I'm hoping that most of them apply for these positions, and, you know, whatever salary they make right now, that's what will continue to be. So we're intentionally not adding positions, just reallocating the positions that we have. The only positions that'll probably be adds will be these tier three positions at the elementary level, because right now we already have two of those. The middle school and high school positions are positions that already currently exist. But these new tier 3 intensive teachers would probably be the only additional adds that we would be bringing forward. Now, that doesn't mean that we have some other things that we're going to be talking about coming up in the next few weeks about supporting behavior, that those will be additional adds, and, you know, we're not talking about that tonight. But the idea is that this would be status quo, pretty much. The curriculum itself is going to be a huge expense, but again, we have been very thoughtful in our ESSER funds and our ARPA money, and we have held on to a significant portion of that, knowing that we were going to be adopting this curriculum. So that is all being paid for out of our grant.
I had a quick comment to just chime in on the apples to apples teacher positions, because on the salary schedule for the contract, it's all based on years of service. So the instructional coaches and the interventionists are already classified as teachers, and so they fall onto that schedule based on years of service. So if they take on a different teaching position in the district, they still are at the same salary. So as long as the total FTE positions were shifting to just a different type of teacher, their salaries don't change. I mean, they would still go up for one more year of service next year.
I was hoping to comment too on teacher retention, because that is my area that I'm concerned about. And so I think right now the unknown is causing a little bit of anxiety. I noticed it last year too with our instructional coaches, but our instructional coaches all wanted to continue in those positions, and it was the restructuring was not to eliminate any staff members. Right now, we can't. We need every staff member, and we're not in the business of trying to push anybody out. There's some folks that don't like co-teaching. They are type A's and they want to be in the classroom by themselves, and so that might be something that interests some people. So for our instructional coaches in the area, I don't know a school district where an instructional coach is not working directly with kids in our immediate area. Now, I haven't researched it, but with the teacher shortage too, people are reimagining those positions where we have staff members in schools that don't directly work with kids because of all the vacancies. And so I think the unknown of not knowing what the job description is, not knowing, and that's why we want to get it posted as right away. I think a lot of the people that are currently serving in these positions, the instructional coach and interventionist positions, will be in these restructured posted positions, because there's a position for everybody. Some people just might not want it. So, I don't know. I think this will be fantastic for our new teachers to have a master teacher in there with them, helping them. And this is, you know, again, I know I've said it, but I'm going to say it one more time. I have a kid at the middle school that has 3 long-term subs, and they didn't go to school to be teachers. They're doing the best that they can, but they need support.
Thank you. Anyone else? I actually want to follow up, I guess. Robbie kind of asked some of the questions I wanted to, but just going back, I guess, can you explain kind of the history of how we got to where we are, where we're structured right now with reading, literacy interventionists and coaching?
So literacy interventionists has been something we've done for 20 plus years, and we haven't changed the model. The only thing, we may have changed materials over the years, but our tier 2 we've taken the lowest kids and giving them Title I intervention has been in place since we started the Title I grant. I don't even know how many years ago. Reading recovery, I mean, it's been called different things, reading first, all of that, but the model is basically the same. You take the lowest students, They go to somebody else's classroom. They work in a little small group. You bring them back to the classroom, and you hope that all the things that you did help those students make progress, and it often does for the small group of students who get the benefit of having that intensive instruction. We just have too many students now who need it and don't get it. Coaching started, we've had middle school and high school coaching, I want to say since, I'm looking at them and neither one of them knows they weren't here. I want to say since like 2008. And we added elementary coaches probably in 2013. So we've had coaching at the middle school and high school on a very small scale for many, many years. And we added instructional coaches. We started off with 3 coaches who, that was when I was deputy superintendent, and Jenny Frericks and Jean Quartern and Kathy Barber. So we started, we had 3 coaches that shared, that traveled between 2 schools, and the purpose at that time was really coaching for specific kind of subject areas. And then we shifted to having an instructional coach at each school. And when you think about, we've talked about affect, right? Like how important is having a coach in a space supporting teachers? Well, it's been great when we didn't have as many new teachers. So right now, we have more new teachers than our coaches can actually even work with. There's just not enough time in the day. And so when we started coaching, we had a much smaller number of new staff members. And having a coach in addition to a mentor was great. But now when we have spaces where there are 10 new teachers, there's no way one person can provide the level of support that a lot of those new teachers need. So that's another reason why we are shifting. But we do have a long history with instructional coaching.
Well, I just wanted to ask because I'm sure those decisions to add those positions was intentional at the time. It was best practice, or it was supported by federal programming funding or something to that effect. So we're making this switch now. What evidence do we have from other districts that going to this model is going to yield success? I understand that the house is on fire. We need to do something, but we need to have confidence, that what we're moving to is going to yield improvement.
So every district is different. Champaign basically has done some different shifts too. They got rid of reading recovery. They reclassified teachers to be half-time classroom teachers. They actually made some of their folks actual classroom teachers. I'm not going to sit here and judge and look at because we can't say making a shift like this and that one data point is why students are more proficient or having more success. Our house is more than on fire right now. Our house is burning down. And if we don't do something different really soon, we're going to have some major issues. And so I don't know what all the other districts are doing. I know there are a lot of districts that have done similar things like this, like Rockford and other places have done some really drastic things by restructuring staffing and taking your people who have the highest capacity and putting them in front of kids. And that's what we're going to do. So.
Well, thank you. I mean, I appreciate, intuitively it makes sense to put all hands on deck to.
Yep. That's a good way to say it, all hands on deck. And we're saying all hands on deck for everybody at central office as well. So one thing that we can't do is put all of this on the backs of our principals and expect that they're going to lead this initiative and be able to do all the other things that they're doing right now, dealing with discipline. Our principals and administrators sub a lot. So we're also talking about structures that we can put in place so our principals can be the instructional leaders we know that they can be, and help lead this initiative with integrity as well. So because we need them to be in classrooms seeing the new curriculum. So we're going to be talking about instructional walkthroughs and other ways that as a central office, we can better support our administrators so then they can be in the classrooms better supporting their teachers through this. So to make sure that this model works.
All right, thank you. Anybody else?
Anybody else? Okay.
All right, thank you. Poor Scott's been waiting out here for hours, so. Our one study topic tonight is the IGW 6th Grade Center expansion and renovation update. Scott Walker from IGW.
Either way, I can. All right. So, yeah, you can go to that next one. That's good. Here to talk about, we've gone through a programming and concept planning phase for the UMS 6th Grade Center. And basically, programming is developing a list of spaces that we need in a building, and then we assign a square footage to those spaces based on the use and number of people in that space. And then we use that program, it's kind of a written document, to develop then a concept plan, which is taking that and translating it into a floor plan. So we can go on. We don't have to spend a lot of time on this program, but, oh, sorry, the meeting schedule first. We worked with a group from UMS, project team. It was about 18 people. We met back in August, end of August, as a kickoff, and then we had a series of meetings with smaller groups just to talk about individual areas, you know, music, exploratory, the core team, teachers, admin, all the different groups that deal with the 6th grade and will be in this new 6th grade center. And then we kind of finalized the program, met and discussed that with the full group, got kind of an okay on that, and then moved into our concept planning phase. So this is the program. This first set is kind of the team teachers, the real instructional core. Can go on through these kind of quickly. We've got special education and support services, then the fine arts, art and band and choir. Keep going. Administrative and staff support. We can just run through these quickly. Core common spaces, which is gym and cafeteria, kitchen. Okay. Building services and support, that's restrooms and mechanical spaces and all that. And then we come down to a total, at a total building area based on a program of 74,672 square feet, which is a little more than I think we kind of, when we preliminarily programmed during the committee meetings. I think primarily we hadn't talked a lot about multilingual at that point, so that added a few classrooms. So it's grown a little bit. Kind of target addition, you know, based on the existing building at Wiley is a little over 31,000 square feet. We can move on. And then there was just some exterior spaces and parking that we programmed as well. So the existing site, this is the existing Wiley School. Florida Avenue is on the right side of the image there. We've got the existing building and a fairly open, you know, site around to the streets. It's kind of unusual at this school. A lot of the parking is just right off of the street. We've had some preliminary discussions with Urbana and we haven't really got a real good reading from them yet, but we're assuming that that'll be grandfathered in and we'll be able to keep that and use it. Can kind of go on to the next. So this is a proposed preliminary site plan, kind of a concept site plan. So far, we've talked about keeping the yellow school bus loading and drop off on the is that east side of the building there. And then MTD buses would drop off on Florida Avenue. Again, that's something we need to talk a little bit more with MTD and the city. We'd like to create a pull-off there for those buses to drop off and pick up. And then we're proposing so far a drop-off pickup off of Anderson, and we'll have a new circle drive there with some parking on it as well. That's another area that I think we need to work on a little bit, exactly how that queuing and all the pickup and drop-off with cars functions. We've talked a little bit about maybe making Anderson one-way during drop-off and pickup, so that queuing would happen on Anderson as opposed to out on Florida Avenue. So, and then we've also talked about maybe having a soccer field there and keeping some of the basketball. There's an existing outdoor classroom behind the school, which is a nice feature that we would like to keep. So moving on to the concept plan, and this is that 11 by 17 that we passed around. A little bigger, you might be able to see it better. So starting kind of on the west there near the new parking, we have a secure vestibule entry and main office area. And then kind of associated with the main office is some of the faculty support areas, faculty lounge, workroom, phone room, mail room, those kind of spaces. And then spreading east on those, we have some of the student support areas. We got nurse, psychology services, speech and language, and counselor in that area. And then kind of most of the team spaces, which are the purple you see on the plan, those are mostly in the existing building and existing classrooms primarily. Those are nice classrooms. They're good sized classrooms compared to what we see in some of the other schools in the district. So we'd like to keep those and limit the amount of remodeling that we really have to do to change spaces in the existing building. And then the blue spaces in the existing building are kind of common use spaces. The cafeteria, kitchen off of that, and we'll have a new serving line off of the cafeteria, along with full remodel of the kitchen. We've got some intervention and existing restrooms. Everything right now we'll be getting remodeling, as long as we can afford it all. And then going back again to the addition, we've got a new gym. So the old gym will be the cafeteria, multi-purpose. And we've got a new gym. Off of that will be some lockers, storage, PE office, and a new stage. And that whole space will be our storm shelter, is what we're thinking right now. That's a requirement just because of the size of the addition that we're doing to the existing building. And that'll probably generate the need for a generator, emergency generator. Things kind of like what we did at Thomas Paine. So also, we've got some of the fine art spaces. We've got 2 art classrooms. We've got a dance and drama classroom, choir, band room, music office, and then kind of library on the corner. I'm thinking we can kind of make that a nice space and exterior as well to kind of address the view from Florida Avenue and make that something a little special for the school. So that's the That's the basic floor plan. Have any questions on that while we're on this?
While we're here,
Yeah.
is there enough space on the campus for like a geothermal well, and or will it work with the existing mechanicals in the building, or I mean, is it even possible for the old part of the building to be heated and cooled with geothermal?
Yeah, that is our intention right now. With the new tax breaks from the federal government, it's kind of a no-brainer to go geothermal these days. So yeah, that's what we were thinking, and I think it'll work real well with this. We got plenty of green. We can put it under that soccer field. Can even go under parking. So I don't think that'll be a problem at all. And that is our intention, yeah, right now. It's called multi-purpose there, yeah. So primarily it's cafeteria, but outside of lunch hour, it can be used for other things.
So I had 3 questions about this map, or this, not map, but concept plan. One is, first thing that struck my eye is there's a room called reading intervention and math intervention. So are we getting rid of those because that's like 1980s? Or
I
thought about that when she was presenting.
Yeah. So that's what we currently have is a reading and a math intervention teacher. And so we are going to still have those tier 3 positions. So we'll just change the title of those to something else. But we'll still have 2 people that'll still be doing some of that at UMS.
Okay, so those rooms will have some purpose.
Yes.
Then next to teacher lounge, there's this mysterious room that looks like massage tables for the teachers. But I've noticed that room is also in blue on the right and blue on the top. I mean, what is that room? Oh, those are bathrooms.
Those are restrooms.
I see. Excellent. So no massage table, sorry.
No.
Sorry, teachers.
Restrooms, yeah.
And we have added a series of kind of gender-neutral, single-use restrooms too, kind of associated with each of our multi-fixture restrooms.
And then the third question is kind of stirred by a parent email, but thinking back to the 6th grade center when we were talking about approving it, one of the comments made both by Derek Cooper and then Dr. Avery Tatum was that a lot of the programming cannot be really figured out till after we approved it. And so, as far as how long the class periods were, could you have multiple, for example, in 6th grade only, there's probably only going to be maybe 1 band class, right? 1 orchestra, and then they can't, I don't know. I'm just saying, you're not going to have somebody in that band orchestra room all periods of the day, probably, unless there's only 2 periods in the day.
Yeah, so we have already started having conversations about teams. So that Scott kind of put team ABC. We're still trying to figure out if we're going to have 4 teams, 2 teams. So those conversations are happening. But in terms of at the beginning of Scott's presentation, we were at UMS probably once a week, twice a week, since August, having conversations about the program. So I think the spaces that you see in green have really been vetted because we needed to have those spaces vetted so Scott could bring you a dollar amount and a square footage. So for band, that room is going to be being used. So we have band and strings. We'll have 6th grade beginning band, 6th grade continuing band, 6th grade beginning strings, 6th grade continuing strings. We're going to have a general music class, which will be shared with the choir room. So that room, that music suite will be pretty heavily used.
Oh, I was just using that as an example. But the question of the email was whether industrial arts or shop class would be something offered at the 6th grade level. But there's not really a room to do that in.
And in terms of costs, we had to make some decisions that we can't offer everything at the 6th grade that we offer at 7th and 8th. And so there were some intentional conversations around, we want to do something very different here. We don't want to just replicate what happens at UMS right now. So you don't see a FACS lab here either. So we had conversations about family and consumer science. those would be things that as students become seventh graders, they're able to have, and we have been talking about, we just talked about this yesterday in our facilities committee about having industrial arts and shop and things like that offered at middle school, but it wouldn't be here. It would be, now that we have moved the sixth graders out, that is gonna open up the UMS space for us to be able to bring more of those trade-like classes to the existing UMS building. But those are not things that we're gonna program in for sixth graders. So we did, like, you don't see the music, what's the class that Mr. Kaplinsky teaches, like film? Like, there were some very specific electives that are not gonna be offered to sixth graders, that those are things that when you become a seventh grader and you move to the seventh grade, eighth grade building, you get the opportunity to do some of those things, so. So yeah, a lot of those decisions have been made.
Yeah, and we originally had a band and an orchestra room, and
Yep.
we decided we could combine those into one space and dual use it, so.
And we've included things like band lockers, like you can't see them on the drawing, but they're in the hallway, and, you know,
Yep.
so like all
Yep.
those little nuanced things have been talked about with teachers, so.
So I remember when we were talking about the sixth grade center, we also took a conversation that this is sort of like an experiment to try, and that it doesn't work, then we find out in a couple of years that sixth grade center didn't work, didn't complete, or fix the problems that we are intent, it will be back to a primary school. So when this plan, is that possible?
Yeah, the spaces are very similar. You know, number of classrooms, we've got the fine arts, which we have at the elementary schools. So, yeah, I don't see a big issue with if it did need to go back. We also talked about on this plan, just to the north, there's space there where we could actually have an addition if, you know, if you ever wanted to bring fifth grade in here, you know, there's some options there on this site, so.
Thank you, Lally, for saying that, because that reminded us to mention that we did have conversations about if years from now we needed to, if we had a big booming growth at elementary and we needed to move fifth grade, like right now this is programmed for about 325, 330. Like right now we have 330 fifth graders that if we were moving them into this building next year, that's what this space is kind of programmed for. But if we had an influx of elementary students in 5 or 10 years, we could add on some classrooms to accommodate some fifth graders if we needed to do that.
That was one of the advantages. We looked at a bunch of concept plans, and that was one advantage of this, is it allowed some room for expansion in the future.
Where's the parking at here? And I like that I'm assuming the white spaces are green space right now, the ones that we're seeing? Okay.
Yeah, so the parking is mostly along Anderson.
Okay, I see.
And a little bit on Pennsylvania, and then we're providing a little bit of new as well.
Okay.
And then that was another advantage of this concept plan. It pulls it kind of closer to the street.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So that street parking is a little more convenient now.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Okay. Thanks.
I guess I'll ask a question because I know Robbie had one. He's taking a call right now. So what's the next, I guess, phase of the process in terms?
If you go a couple slides there, got a timeline. So we're at the top there. We've kind of completed the program concept planning. We would move into our kind of formal design phases of about 5 months. And we go through schematic design, design development, and then construction documents. The schematic design is kind of seeing what this looks like from the outside as we raise it into 3 dimensions. And typically that's kind of when we come back to the board and, you know, we'll show you what it really looks like, and we'll have a better, you know, estimate at that point, a detailed estimate at that point. So we'll have a good idea of what it's going to cost as well. And then we get into more detail and more details we kind of move through. And then, so right now, then we'd be issuing for bid in May. And we leave about 4 weeks for bidding. Then we've got the month of June for contract award and for the contractor to, mobilize and get ready for construction. So construction phase would start in July, and basically be a little over a year and a month for construction itself. And then one thing I didn't really show on here is we have talked about getting some work done on the existing building, before that. And there's some long lead items like the electrical switchgear, which can take a year to get. So we want to get a bid package out to get that going. And so we're not waiting on that in our big construction project. So.
Great. Board members, any other questions? I'll wait for Robbie to come back. But correct me if I'm wrong, Katie. I guess we're looking at doing the financial bit of this in late winter, correct?
Yeah,
Or-
Scott had another slide. The budget.
Oh, okay. There we go.
Yeah, the bad news, I mean, it did go up a little bit, and these costs, we've actually escalated, beyond what we saw at Thomas Paine, based on some bidding after that, particularly in the mechanical and plumbing. We've seen some kind of crazy increases there. Like the HVAC system here, we got $53 a square foot. Thomas Paine was about 41 a square foot. So we're going to continue to monitor that. Material costs seem to be coming down a little bit. So we're going to, watch the current bidding and hopefully it'll get better. We're keeping our fingers crossed there. Because I know we were hoping for about a $20 million project. So if we need to get there, we need to look at, maybe some alternate bids. And there may be some stuff we want, but we can't quite afford. So we'll have to look at that.
Looking at this plan, though, I mean, there's not really a whole lot we could carve off as an ad alternate, is there?
There's not a lot there. I mean, there's some stuff like the soccer field. I mean, some of that can be put off for later. And I think we'll talk a little bit more with staff and faculty. Maybe there's some spaces that can be dual used as well. But yeah, it's a hard choice. I mean, after we went through all the meetings with everybody, this is what we think we need, so.
A lot of the conversations we had, even it was also around not having a lot of people traveling, and so we tried to create spaces where people would have their own teaching spaces and not have to be moving like they do now, right? Like they don't have their own classrooms and they have to move around and share spaces and multiple spaces, and so we thinking on improving their instruction, right, and that this is their first venture into middle school. We really didn't want to have people having to do that, sharing classroom spaces with one another, traveling back and forth. But if we have to, those are things I think we can go back to the table and look at again if we have to make some cuts.
Yep.
I was wondering if there's any way, or has it ever been done before, where we could collaborate, like with the Park District, to help develop some fields or something around the school?
Yeah, sure. I know most of their financing in the next few years is going to the Health and Wellness Center, so I don't know that they're going to have any additional funds to be able to support us. But yeah.
I mean, we have done it with
We
the
have done
aquatic
that.
centers
Yep.
in the past. So.
Yep.
They're one of our best public partners in general.
Absolutely.
I would hope that they could offer Park District programming on our fields, even if we're the ones who pay for it, right?
Yeah.
So.
For soccer,
Right.
I think soccer would be. And the Park District regularly, every year, utilizes our gyms for basketball. No, during basketball after school in the evening, for their rec basketball program. And this would be another gym. I know we'll be heavily using it because we need another gym as well for the middle school level. But, yeah, definitely.
Did you want me to comment on the schedule for the financing? The board, there will be a public hearing at the regular business meeting on the December 19th meeting. And then following that, we will work on issuing bonds sometime in January or February, but we may hold off. Once that hearing's been held, we have up to 3 years to issue the bonds. So now that this timeline and schedule is more known, if we don't have final costs until June, we'll probably wait to issue bonds until we actually need the money. Because there's no reason to get the money sooner than you need it. So we'll probably wait and just work with Stiefel. But having done all of the process to be able to do that, it will be in good shape whenever we are ready.
Thank you, Katie. Any questions from anyone else?
Yes, can we go back to the schedule, please? There is a way to accelerate the process so we can open sooner the 2025?
Probably not. I mean, the only way we could maybe save a little construction time is, you know, issue a early package for foundations and utilities, that kind of thing. That adds a little bit of risk just because we don't have as good control of, we don't know what the total number is going to be at the end. And I mean, it wouldn't be enough to push us into another, you know, we might get it at the beginning of the summer rather than the end of the summer, so.
Yeah, were you thinking of like accelerating it where we could have students in there, like second semester or something, or, yeah. I wish we could do that, but I don't.
I've overseen a lot of projects. This is the shortest construction phase I've ever seen on one of our buildings being remodeled. And I think it's just because the building's empty, if I had to guess.
It's empty, yeah.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, 13 months seems like that's tight.
Yeah,
As
I
it
agree.
stands.
It's none too much.
Yeah.
But I think with the building being empty, we think they can jump on it and get that work done.
A lot of times we have to schedule around, like, we have school happening while we're building, and so it really does tie our hands to some of the, like, noisier projects, and just, there are lots of things that we can't do between 8 to 3 when we're adding on this significant of a renovation and remodel and new construction. So the building being empty is going to really, really be helpful.
Will be.
But that is why we've talked about maybe doing some renovation work
Yes.
earlier if we can, yeah.
But we're also locked into when the asbestos abatement is finished also.
That is going to
So-
be done in January? December? End of December,
Okay, good. So
yeah.
that's-
Yep, and so as soon as that's done, I mean, we're wanting, I mean, Scott and his folks have already been in there looking and measuring and taking lots of preliminary information that they need to start ordering cabinetry and just all that kind of stuff, lockers and.
Good.
So I don't think they're wasting any time. It's just a
No.
matter of whatever we can do when that part's done next semester, so.
Well, construction start could begin sooner also. I mean.
Yeah, if we can.
By a month or so.
Yeah, if we can get some design work done a little quicker and get that bid, yeah.
Anyone else? All right, well, thank you for your patience and the information, Scott.
No problem. Thank you.
All right, that is all of our study topics. There is no call right now for special or executive meetings. It's superintendent's report.
Okay, I will go through those really quickly. I did want to add, while we were talking, I got a message earlier about BPAC, and when we were having our conversation about dual language, there is actually a Spanish BPAC meeting next Tuesday. So I'm assuming a lot of them have been watching the meeting tonight, and so they will be having a good discussion next Tuesday and hopefully get information back to us. So the first grade students at Dr. King are making a no-sew blanket for Crisis Nursery as one of their community service projects. So congrats to the students at King School that are doing that, the King School Scholars. They're making more than 20 blankets to donate. Isn't that a cute picture? So Mo Ford, Urbana High School artist, congratulations, was selected for the national award out of 9,000 applicants across 10 categories. The only winner from Illinois in the photography category. Isn't that amazing? Mo was also the first Young Arts winner in USD. So congratulations, Mo. That's huge. Incredible. Absolutely. Yeah. UHS orchestra performance is tomorrow night at 7 in the UHS auditorium. They're collecting canned goods and winter coats to give to Eastern Illinois Food Bank and Cunningham Townships. Anybody who comes, please bring a donation when you come and enjoy the show. I'm assuming it would be the Cunningham Township. They want gently used and new, I think. They need hats and gloves and stuff too, so. King School is hosting a workshop for families, and so the reason I shared this is I thought it was really unique that they're doing this on a Saturday based off of input from their families wanting to do something not after school or at night, so they're doing a Saturday family workshop, and they're providing things for everyone. So students are going to have little workshop sessions. This is the second year that they're doing this. They have somebody come and give free haircuts. The families can come and have family photos and portraits done. And they have a barber there. I went last year, and it was really a fun time for everyone. So I just thought it was a very unique way of building that relationship with families, to do something really based on what they are asking for and what is something that works for them. So congrats, King School, for thinking out of the box. Young authors, so I know it's early, but we always look forward to the Young Authors Contest, which is going to be coming in April. Our students can sign up at the building level to start writing those amazing stories that we always get to read in the springtime. So more on Young Authors coming soon, but mark your calendars for the April 23rd event. Special Education Advisory Council meets next week from 6 to 7:15. There'll be a special presentation from the Treasurer's Office about Illinois ABLE accounts. The diaper drive, I mentioned this in my superintendent update on Friday. So if you have diapers that you would like to donate, this was a very successful initiative for the CU Early program in UECS last year. So please drop your diapers off. You can bring them to central office, or any school should have a diaper drive basket that you can bring your diapers. And the flyer basically tells you all this. They'll take anything, but they have some really specific needs for pull-ups. Winter break is coming. So the break begins on December 20th for students. And then school resumes on January 4th. For K-12, and January 5th for UECS. Our offices are closed on Christmas Day and the day after this year. Normally we're off Christmas Eve and Christmas Day, and New Year's Eve and New Year's Day, and since those fall on the weekend, we've adjusted our times that we're open and closed. And that is it. I know we have some FOIAs.
Yeah, I'll do them real quick. we have a list of completed FOIAs, including from Tom Schroeder, a list of all due and payable bills for all months of the current calendar, January 1st, 2023 to present. For clarity, this is the list of bills formally released to the public in the documents for the board meetings. Sherry Reed from Smart Procure wants a variety of vendor information. Brett Ellis from Walls Label and Mailing Systems asks for electronic copies of the lease agreement for the postage meter for the Urbana School District number 116. Tom Schroeder is requesting records that comprise the superintendent's appointment schedule. I am primarily interested in documentation of meetings. When available, I am requesting sufficient details to provide dates, times, invitees, attendees, and any recorded description purpose of meetings. I am requesting records for the current calendar year. And Tom Schroeder, I will gladly narrow my request to a number of complete monthly lists that doesn't exceed 500 pages For convenience, I would prefer to have consecutive months beginning with January. It is now time for board reports. So, starting off, I want to thank Anna Seaman for running our cameras, which I continually forget to do. But I would like to lead into a discussion involving the timing of our superintendent's evaluation. This is something we typically let slip until after spring break, sometime in April or May, but contractually we are, according to the superintendent contract, supposed to be doing this by March 1st. So if we're gonna, and that process takes time because the current rubric that we use involves getting surveys from direct reports, etc. So we could discuss when we would want to do that and who's going to be responsible for kicking off. In the past, it had been you and Ann who kind of had done it. I guess you can. Okay. So how much lead time we would need, I guess, to get started on the collection of the data for direct reports, etc. And I guess we need to talk if we want to. Well, with 4 new board members, I don't know if it's the right year to be modifying the rubric yet, but until everyone's kind of gone through it once. How much lead time would we need, I guess, to get started on that if we wanted to do it by sometime in February? Yeah, for the survey, for this. Okay. No, that's okay. Yeah. So then, how much time do we typically need before like the collection of the results, and then the board kind of, and you need to do your superintendent self-evaluation, and then we have to do our own individual evaluations and data collection too. So, I guess if we get started on this, we'd have to get started on this like basically not long after we get back in January, I would think. Okay.
How long did direct reports, did they have 2 weeks or 3 weeks? I can't remember. Do you remember, John? I'm usually not very much part of it. Do you remember? Did they get 2 weeks, 3 weeks?
I think it was more than a week, but it wasn't any longer than 2 weeks.
Okay.
But you could do those all simultaneously too, so.
Okay.
Do you need help, Tori? Are you, I mean,
I think it'd be
because
good
had a partner. Yeah.
Well, I think it'd be good for a new person to pair with you, just in case exactly someone's.
If you want to use all the basically same questions with a few modifications, it could be ready to go anytime, basically.
Yeah, maybe. I guess, does anybody else want to volunteer to help Tori with this? Okay, I'll do some arm twisting. Oh, thanks, Lola.
Oh,
thank you. All right, that's it for me. Does anybody else have any board reports?
Regarding, I had the opportunity to attend the Illinois Association of School Boards Conference in Chicago last month, where I attended workshops on the role of the school board member and exchanged information about real board scenarios. It was beneficial to connect with board members across the state and learn about what resources are available for board members to understand their role making decisions for the entire school district. The board also had an opportunity to meet together in a Starting Right workshop last week, which was presented by the Field Services Director. In my opinion, we have started right. With 4 new board members, we are attempting to benefit from each other's concerns and questions about issues, which are presented by the administration and by the taxpayers. We will have different perspectives, but our goal is clearly to make the appropriate policies for all children in all of our schools to thrive, and not just for the children or the schools in our own resident district. What affects one school in our district affects all schools. We are a unique district encompassing all levels from early childhood to adult education. The needs of the students, schools, and each level are so great that we could use a school board at each level to make all the necessary changes and improvements that are necessary in education today, addressing the needs of students, families, and educators. Obviously, that is impossible, so that even though there are multiple items to do on the to-do list, to maintain and improve our schools, we have to focus on the individual items as they are presented to the board. These are big changes that are being proposed. It is understandable that it may seem that the changes are coming too fast or without more time to obtain input, but changes have to be made in order to make the improvements that we need to make in our district. Emails that have been sent by residents in the community are helpful, but I hope that we can continue to work together and not just accept the status quo, because that isn't working. It is commendable that the administration and staff were able to be objective and to make change to meet the needs of the academic, emotional, and social needs of our students with the changes in the grading system. As a grandparent of 2 young children who are graded on learning standards, I appreciated seeing the boys' report cards and learning how we can support them to attain the foundational skills that they needed in order to become good readers or understand math concepts. So people who have been sharing their experiences with it, I also want to share my experience and what I have seen with very, very young students. Unfortunately, we live in a world where students and programs are evaluated not by what and how much is being learned, but by the grade that is earned. Going forward, I hope that we are all willing to accept changes to become, because that is the way our district can move forward to address all the needs of all students.
All right, thank you, Sherry. Anybody else? Hearing none, the chair.
Can I add one thing in
Sure.
relation to the Starting Right workshop? So out of that workshop, which was great, thank you for mentioning it, Sherry, there was a conversation about doing some goal setting from the board level. I know we've talked about topics and different things that we want to cover this year, but in preparation for strategic planning, it would be really helpful for me if we brought Perry back and have him, we have another session with him to actually set some formal goals and objectives and priorities that are board priorities, and then moving forward, anytime we're having these conversations, then we'll be able to say this is a goal of the board, this is a priority of the board, and it'll really help inform strategic planning too. So Perry has already emailed us. He's on it. As soon as he got back, he emailed Lori and I some dates. So Lori's been going through the master calendar, and then we'll be sending you guys very similarly to what we did when we chose the date for the board retreat. We'll send you a Google form with several dates listed for January and February, and if you guys could respond to that, then we will work with Perry to get him back here.
Great. All right, thank you. All right, now the chair would entertain a motion to adjourn.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor say aye. Aye. All right, we'll see you in 2 weeks. All right, thank you.